Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway is a reading giveaway when we get to 50K. And we will also be giving a reading to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that contest as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch any of those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But first and foremost, most important question, how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. No wrong answers. We just came out of a real doozy of a full moon. So anything you're feeling right now is totally okay. And I do feel very strongly that something about this recent full moon, depending on how you received it, it could have felt a little polarizing. The reason I'm saying that is because, especially with Jupiter and Gemini, I've been looking and I feel like this full moon in Scorpio has to do with recognizing not just change, but the path of change. And that's a little bit different because, one of the things that, and we were talking a lot about this in the class that we just taught earlier this week on the death card. If you're still interested in participating or viewing in that class, you can still catch that video if you become a paid subscriber to my Substack. But one of the qualities that we recognize is that change is the only constant to a certain extent. And, a lot of the fact that we experience that Scorpio full moon and Taurus season, it has to do with how difficult it is to navigate change. It has to do with recognizing that. So I feel like a lot of this full moon, for some, it was spent honoring the path of change in terms of being able to see situations, recognize how you've changed in terms of how you navigate something, right? The honor of the journey that is articulated by the gift of change of the self. Or it could really feel like a call to action in relationality to recognizing a blind spot, or recognizing a rut, or recognizing something that you might want to put more work in to be able to see the path of change to allow for that to have a breakthrough. So it's either, and it has a lot to do with the fact that Mars is in Leo. So it's either honoring the journey of change from the past, how far you've come, or recognizing and identifying that path of change for the future, where it is that you're going towards. It feels a little bit like intermission energy, which is interesting. But, and I think that the reason about that is because we see that, and we would identifying this across all of the frequencies, there's a lot of change that's occurring right now across the frequencies, but it's positive. It feels productive. It doesn't feel necessarily easy, because the one thing I see that's happening right now is moving away from anything that feels overly indulgent, being able to identify and recognize what feels like it serves the self and fortifies it, versus what feels like it indulges the self but keeps one feeling stagnant. And we're gonna keep on seeing this coming up a lot during Taurus season, because This is a lot of the work that those with Taurus placements come here to work through. It's working through the paradox of comfort, that our ability to find comfort is directly proportional to how much discomfort we can navigate. Because by being able to expand upon something, we push past our comfort zone, we find new sources of comfort. We find things that we haven't seen before. We find things that we haven't recognized. Um, Now, this is having a big impact across the frequencies. Now, interestingly, and I feel like a lot of this is a lead up to what we identify, which is going to happen in a few weeks, because we'll be moving into Gemini season. And not only are we going to be moving into Gemini season, but on top of the fact that we're moving into Gemini season, we are also recognizing that Mercury will also be moving into Gemini. So it's going to be, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a little wacky. It's going to potentially feel somewhat polarizing, because sometimes when we're working through Gemini lessons, we talk a lot about adaptability or polarity. We're working through decisions. But I want to talk a little bit about the frequencies themselves. Now, for the energy and separation, every time I've been reading into the energy and separation right now, I've been seeing it's very heavily in magician energy. These are magician partnerships that are coming together right now. And a lot of that has been the articulation of the reason that they're magician partnerships is, ironically, there's a space of absolutely no illusion, trying to come into one's authenticity. We also see that for a lot of the energy and separation right now, working through the context of change, potentially even building into new relationships and identifying the difference between adaptability, right? The ability between working through frustration, healing from situations or circumstances wherein another potentially had an aversion to change. Because what we effectively identify for a lot of the energy that is in separation right now is we are seeing that a lot of that energy is healing from inconsistency in energetic exchange related to partnership, working through the lesson that something that is good but inconsistent is often worse than something that is just bad all the time. Because the ability to predicate, the ability to be able to have insight as to where something is going, often articulates upon the stabilization point of our relationships. So this is what we see that a lot of the energy in separation is concentrating on. They're building into an identification of consistency and authenticity. The difficulty here is this is creating, again, Mercury and Taurus. Some of these new partnerships are moving very slowly. They are not rushing things. Why is the energy in separation taking something slowly, potentially even slower than they would ideally desire? Because this is some energy right now in separation, trying to find consistency. When you're trying to find consistency, you have to allow Saturn to do its work. You have to work into the context of time. So this is a lot of the energy that may even be explaining to one another why they're moving more slowly, not due to the fact that there's fear there, but seeking consistency, identifying what that force of constant change is, because that ability of doing so, this is helping the energy move away from some of those frenetic relationship dynamics, right? Those relationships that often have like a lot of fireworks in the beginning, or a lot of sparks that start at the beginning, but someone that doesn't lack the fortitude to be able to build into the consistency point, right? This is a lot of the energy that's bringing a lot of wisdom into those partnerships, but it's not easy, because in space of doing so, they're also healing from the illusion of rejection, remembering that if we are in our authenticity and someone doesn't like what they see there, not to take it personally. This is the meaning of non-attachment, because if I can't control how you feel about me, but I like the things that I feel about myself, then your feelings, respectfully and care, like with care, they're not one another's energetic responsibility. The one responsibility that we have of the feeling we create in one another is confusion. So this is a lot of energy that's working through consistency, clarity, and allowing the context of time, slow and steady, which is what we would typically anticipate and expect when Mercury is in Taurus. Now, for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, I just keep on identifying that this energy is very heavily right now in high priestess energy, the relationship that effectively acts as sanctuary. This has been difficult, even leading up into this recent Scorpio full moon. We saw that that may have felt like a little bit of instability arriving, because that is the energy that were the chariot partnerships that were being created from the time that Mars went direct up until Mars and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune. And that ability of identifying and recognizing that the gift that they give each other in partnership is the stabilization of consistency, which is a lesson that's also being translated in separation and deep within divine union right now. There's a lot of energy that we see here that immediately triggered a heart opening, right? Because it's the understanding that we don't heal from trauma to welcome trauma. We heal from trauma because when we come into a place of joy and we're used to trauma, trauma feels like an illusion. But this is why the energy right now is going through that shift, because they're passing that reality check. Because that ability to articulate through a heart opening, having a lot of that past trauma arrive, working through it, but instead of reacting to it, articulating upon it, potentially even apologizing for doing so. This is the energy that says you have nothing to apologize for. You've been carrying that for a long time, because often the body hides trauma from us until it's in a place that's safe enough for us to be able to experience and express it. But for the majority, and sometimes this makes us fall into separation. I will be honest, I was seeing a very small amount of energy potentially falling back into separation during this time, for over energy that wasn't ready to build into the new reality of the stability and joy that they were building for themselves, right? Because often when we don't feel like like the joy is real, we basically articulate that we're not ready to heal, because we feel like the joy is much out of our comfort zone. So there may be a small portion that's fallen back into separation over this time. But what I was reading was a majority of the energy experiencing this is navigating through that heart opening, not letting themselves be triggered, not acting it out or projecting, but pushing through the heart and throat chakra to communicate what they're feeling instead of reacting to it, working through the safe embrace of partnership that allows for a deeper level of healing. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now that is deep within divine union. And what's interesting is we see that for a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union, this is the energy looking at each other eye to eye. They're saying, look at me, this is reality. The past is behind you. You're healing from that. For a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, this is the energy that's working through temperance, shifting into justice energy, which is the gift of recognizing that the healthy relationship is one wherein you feel that you have the energetic counterpart that always has your back. That ability of doing the work to heal from the egoic space that allows for the opportunity of being able to build into a relationship wherein you are kind, right? They almost like say to one another, don't be don't be easy on me. Don't go gently on me, because that's a lot of the energy that says always patient, never waiting, working in the context of identifying and recognizing what it is that they're trying to bring about, the changes within the self, working through the hurdles or the blockages, and then having that ability, the healing, the deep healing that occurs when you have the clarity of someone that not only sees you, but sees as to who and what you aspire to be, that is able to offer that level or degree of clarity, right? And it's maybe predicated or articulated by hard conversations, because this is the energy that's taking a hard look at the self, not wanting to be clouded by the ego. But that is the beauty of being in healthy partnership. Those moments that we're worried that our ego is clouding our judgment, we have the healthy counterpart that can help us see straight, right? We can have the healthy counterpart that helps us see with a deeper sense of clarity. And that's why I keep on hearing that that's why the energy right now is really deep within temperance, which we will, which is the next class. This is the next class we will be studying in the Tarot Church class program. That next class will be on June 11th. But working through the lessons of temperance and justice, which again, healthy partnership is not experiencing a blockage and leaning on it, right? Feeling like it's something that excuses one from doing something. It's a lot of these messages that keep on coming through. All patience, no waiting. All work, no excuses. Identifying and recognizing weaknesses, not to be able to fall back, but to be able to build better, to be able to grow, to be able to excel, to be able to advance. But that work's not easy because I can see, and that's why I keep on hearing it's justice with temperance. Even in those moments that we feel like we're being too hard on ourselves, that is also where the healthy counterpart comes in, because it helps us identify the work that we have to do within and the versus the work we have to do without, and allows for that sense of being able not to overcorrect, right? It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that balancing and ballast. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Thank you so much, Addison, for being the first person on the list today. You'll also be getting an additional card. If anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you'll be the second person read for. Grand Rising, Haley. Good to see you. Thank you for the compliment, dear. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. And Andrew, thank you for joining us as well. Hi there, Jess. Good to see you. Sesandil, if I'm saying your name incorrectly, always feel free to correct me. I'm just wondering, do the owls I see in here lately have anything to do with spiritual gifts? I believe you posted that last time I was online. Short answer is potentially. You know, the thing with me in relationality to signs and symbols, and I do this, like, this is why I actually do dream interpretations. Not all symbols are the same, right? I know we have this like deep desire to be like, this means that. Okay. Like, I know it makes things easier, but the truth is it has more to do with understanding the relevance of a symbol in the context of what you are seeing it in. So I want to say this, and I mean, with something, and a question of that nature, I would not feel confident answering it unless we were doing a reading, because I would need to draw cards to be able to understand what the significance of that animal symbol is to you. So I hope that helps. But I mean, again, I think it's absolutely magnificent. And again, if you're seeing a predominance of a certain thing over and over again, and it feels like it's unique and it's standing out in your experience, I would definitely say that that's probably a symbol that's coming towards you. But I can't as easily tell you what the meaning of it is unless we were doing a reading. Hope that helps. 7 out of 10. Baby peed the bed this morning. Oh, that's what babies do, right? Sending you so much support on that journey, Haley. 8.3 is good. I like 8.3. Good to see you, Jess. Marie, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live, and thank you for the follow. Ever Wander, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Grand Rising, Marie. I just became a new subscriber. What does that entail? Thank you so much for joining and becoming a subscriber. So you will be entitled each day to a free card when we do the free cards for our subscribers once we complete the personal readings. You can also get on the list at a discounted rate. So for those who are not subscribers, the rate for a reading is $29 for 3 cards. You now have access to $23 for 4 cards. You also have access to the subscriber-only Discord channel that is available to you if you go to your perks for subscribers. And when you get to the Discord channel, you'll also find in the Discord channel a perks channel, which will give you an additional discount to my Substack class subscription should you choose to become a student. Thank you for helping me reach my crown goal, and thank you for becoming a part of our collective. Hi there, Grace. Good to see you today. I hope the interview goes well. Thank you for those gifts, Heather. Good to see you as well today. Marie, is Gemini season a bad thing? No. Nothing's a bad thing. There's no sign that is a bad thing. The thing that's going to it's going to be wacky. The thing that's going to be wacky is there's a lot of stuff happening as we move into Gemini season. Saturn is going into Aries, which is going to be, I mean, I think we're already starting to feel that. Mercury is going to be in Gemini, right? And like almost at the same exact time that Gemini season starts. So it's, I want to say, I think it's going to be a little wild. I think it might be a little unpredictable. I don't want to say it's negative. We're going to be reading into it, and I'm not like a Gemini new moon is kind of like, it's kind of grab bag energy. I gotta admit, we're going to be talking about it. I mean, we're going to start talking about it now, because now we're moving towards that Gemini new moon. Gemini has been my teacher for the last 3 years. There we go. I'm not surprised to see that, Grace, because every time I read for you, the Two of Swords, like your card has just been like the two. Every time we do a private reading, every time we do a public, like it's just Two of Swords every time I do a reading for you. And there's a lot of associations in context with the Two of Swords in Gemini. Thank you for those gifts, Heather. Adina, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And if you want to pop in the chat and say hello, I'll pin you. Make sure that you give Adina a follow. We had an absolutely beautiful podcast earlier this year. You can find that podcast over on Adina's page or over on my Substack in the collaboration section. It is absolutely slow burn energy, Heather. You hit the nail right on the head. It really is. And again, Mercury in Taurus is slow burn. It's like, and I got to tell you, Mercury doesn't like being in Taurus, but that's what I mean about it. I can see that happening in a lot of these relationship conversations, being like, I wish I didn't have to move slowly, but the past, like the past, the energy's going, the past. Odin, daughter, thank you for helping me reach my crown goal, dear. I feel called out right now. Good to see you, dear. I hope called out in a good way. Trinity, welcome. May I ask, what do you recommend for me and Michael? Happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, I'll be the second person read for. We're also about to get started on the free daily collective if you'd like to stick around for that. And thank you for the follow. Always healing, never trying, Heather. Remember, trying is a qualifier to doing. You are always actively healing. Those wounds making it hard to see what is present versus what is past. I know they do. But that's why we always look at our wounds with perspective. Witches Brew, good to see you guys. So good to see you guys. Make sure to give Witches a follow. I'm going to pin her here. Spot on as always. You're so welcome, dear. Always a joy to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hold on, I lost my spot. Boop, boop, boop. Aruna, thank you for the follow. And Emmy Boo, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Marie, welcome. Grand Rising, Elisa. Thank you, guys. We made it to Friday. Still alive. Hi there, Rainbow. The scientific name for owls is Strega forma. Is it? That's beautiful. I love that. I saw my name. I had to pop in and say hi. Hi, Gray. Welcome. I hope you're having a beautiful day. A great name. Heather, owls are connected to numerous goddesses involving magic. Very true. Very true. Okay. I don't know what that is, Odin's daughter, but I'm glad to hear everybody's well. Which is what led owls to become the basis for the Italian word. Oh, Heather, I did not know that. Thank you. That is fascinating. I did not realize that Strega forma is where we got the Italian word for witch. You see, we're all teaching things each other here. We're all learning here. We're all learning new stuff. That's awesome. Yep, I've got it. Yep, I did not know the origin. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Heather. That's really cool. Grand Rising, other Heather. we've got a cornucopia of Heathers in the room today. Hi there, Simone. How are you doing? You're so welcome, Grace. Marie, does my gift goal put you on the reading list? So if you want a personal reading, you send it. You send a donation. 23 for subscribers is the donation rate for a reading. We're also going to get started on the daily collective read in just a few minutes. So if you stick around, there'll be a free reading. Also, when we get to 50K likes, I will be doing a random drawing and giving a free reading to someone in the collective. So I hope that helps. And you will also be entitled to a free 1 card reading when we get to the free 1 cards, which are after the personal readings. Thank you, and I hope that helps. Marie, my ex is a Gemini, so that is why I was asking if I should take cover. Yeah, here's the thing right now. Here's talking about exes and the past. Little thing that's happening right now. So Mercury being in Taurus can feel a little like a Mercury retrograde because Mercury doesn't like being in Taurus. It's because it's like because Taurus is very heavy energy. It's majestic. So it's like you can't run. I keep on getting the message you can't run through the halls of Taurus, right? And Mercury wants to run through the halls. You gotta like walk, like run, walk, run. So it's, if you're feeling a little bit of the past creeping in, like that might be why right now. Okay. Hi there, Bridget. But the bright side is, so the one thing I will say is the bright side is pretty much at like the time that we're getting to Gemini season, Mercury is going to be in Gemini. So hopefully I don't think if you're having concerns about X stuff, I'd be more concerned now. Is what I'm getting. I'd be more concerned now with Saturn moving into Aries and Mercury in Taurus than Gemini season proper. Hi there, Bridget. So good to see you today. And thank you for sharing the live. Rainbow, Neptune and Saturn were both sitting on the edge of that Pisces air. I know. It's been ridiculous. Hi, Anita. What's up? That's a lot of words I don't know. I hope you're having a beautiful day. You can stick around for the free reading if you'd like, dear. I don't know what any of that means, but it sounds interesting. Neptune Rainbow, reading Neptune and Saturn were, yeah, I mean, it wasn't just Neptune and Saturn, Heather. We had like a ridiculous like cluster of planets bouncing back and forth between the Pisces, at like the meridian between Pisces and Aries for like the last like 2 months. It's been ridiculous. And that's why I've been telling you, I felt really bad for Pisces during their season. And I'm feeling a little concerned for Taurus during theirs right now, because we're going to go through the litany of grievances that have been this astrology this year. Pisces going through abandonment wounds, because it's not just the fact that the energy is leaving the house. It's that it leaves and it comes back and then it leaves again. So it's like, wow. You know what I mean? It's like, it could be very triggering to abandonment wounds for those with Pisces placements. For those with Aries placements, it's been really triggering to intimacy wounds, right? Pisces is saying, come back. Aries is saying, get out of my house. Okay, like Aries is trying to keep everybody. Aries is like, get away from me. I need space. And then we've got Taurus. We've got Taurus energy that's looking at all the houses in Aries, and they're seeing red flags everywhere. It's ridiculous. It's fine. It's fine. It's gonna be fine. Okay. We're finally getting over that hump. We're getting there. Neptune, Saturn, we just got to get them over it. Hi there, Adina. So good to see you today. I hope you're well. All right. Hermes moving slowly. I mean, you have to. It's Taurus. It's in Taurus. It's in Taurus. You can't run. All I keep on hearing is you can't run in the house of Taurus. You got to walk. It's like run, walk back into Gemini. All right, Marie, thank you. Grand Rising, Tanya. That was one sentence, healing those wounds up to distinguish past from present. No, I totally understood it. Yeah, it's not easy right now, because especially it can sometimes feel like, I'm telling you, this type of energy can feel like old wounds being reopened slowly, slowly. Rainbow, that was one sentence. Yep, I got that. Hi, Friday. Absolutely, Tanya. Grace, my two Gemini traits, belief and influence. My past life as a writer right now. Totally. Yeah, I mean, like it's it's a lot. Jupiter in Gemini. I collect all the info and then scatter it to the wind. But you're good at remembering it, Like that's great though. Like a Jupiter in Gemini is like, I still have that. You know what I mean? Like after all this time. Working through co-parenting challenges, sending you so much more on that journey. Moore's Garden, Sag Sun, Gemini Moon, Virgo Rising. I like that though. That's fun. Like Sag Sun, Gemini Moon is a lot of it's a lot of, how do I describe it? It's like by day I'm this, by night I'm that. It's like, oh no, you must know me in my day job. Like it's a lot of that type of energy. Don't tell anyone you saw me here. Oh, I like Taylor Swift songs, Anita. Okay, here we go. Tarot Destroyer, this is your last opportunity. You come on here very frequently and you never have something positive to say. I hope you find the healing that you seek. Okay. Just bear with me a moment. Sorry about that, guys. Apologies to those who are trying to enjoy the chat. Okay. Grand Rising Team Olsana. And Brandy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hi there, Anita. Libra Sun, Scorpio Moon. I love, that's beautiful though. Libra Sun, Scorpio Moon is just, I mean, it's a lot of that desire to dig under the surface for things. It's a lot of that exploration energy. It's a lot of their like, there's more to the story. You know what I mean? And you probably know the more to the story, right? Like you have all the tea. There, the rainbow. My brain figured out somehow that semantic memory is not a dopamine pathway. Ooh, interesting. Very interesting. I want to understand more about that. We're going to create a neurodivergent channel on the Discord to share tips and tricks. Hi there, Electra. Your readings are always so spot on with what I'm currently going through. I'm so glad to hear that these messages are in alignment to you, and welcome. You're so welcome. Hi there, Angela. I'm a Gemini with Cancer Moon and Leo rising. That's nice too. That's very elegant. That's very elegant energy, right? There's like you're someone who like buys something like from the five and dime and turns it into something that looks like it's like just like priceless. It's a lot of that. Where did you get that? I feel like I made it myself. That'll be wonderful. Thank you, Moors. Neurodivergent. Yes. Angela, thank you for confirmation. My dad, mom, and sister they're all Gemini risings. Oh, good Lord. That's a lot. The conversations must be very, very rapid. Like a lot of you got to keep up. Like I like that's a lot of pinball energy there. It's a lot of pinball energy. That's like a lot of people having like a conversation that others do not understand what they're talking about. My older brother, son, and boyfriend, and Cancer are in Cancer rising. I'm a Pisces rising, but here's the thing: Cancer rising and Pisces rising are like peas and carrots. You know what I mean? Like you guys, like that's like it's just like it's romantical. You know what I mean? It's just probably like I would like it's giving me like show tunes. It's giving me like it's giving me like really like romantic and sweet. I'm a Leo with Libra moon and Cancer rising. Yeah, that's a Libra moon and Cancer rising for a Leo is like I want to say it's like a lot of quiet dignity. It's a lot of, I never told them about that. It's a lot of, I kept it to myself. It's a lot of like, it stays here and here and here and here it will stay. Like that's a lot of love is keeping secrets kind of energy. I had to learn to be a lawyer to defend any idea I had. No, I get it. No, no, with that much Gemini energy, you really have to. Yes, so similar. Yes. I love my placements. Scorpio sun, Aries moon, Pisces rising. Oh, I mean, those are great too. Because you're like, that's just like we ride at dawn. Like, that's a lot of that. You're like, yeah, if you start something, you better finish something. Because if not, you're going to be the one to finish it. Lots of Libra and Aquarius as well. That's a lot of standing on business, Haley. It's a great combo. I agree. Good to see you, Addison, and you're the first person on our list today. Speaking about the list, a couple of updates before we get started. First of all, I want to thank everybody who attended our recent class on the death card. It was such a joy to be able to work you through that card. If you could not be present for the live class, never fear. The class is now available on my Substack to paid subscribers. So you can still head over there and catch the class. And if you become a paid subscriber if you are a paid monthly subscriber to my Substack, you have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. If you become a founding member, you'll have access to over 13 hours worth of material. You'll have full access to the library, and the library is ever growing. Our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Temperance card. I am so excited to teach this class. The Temperance card is an absolutely beautiful card. We're going to talk about the symbology of the card. We're going to talk about the history of the card. I'm going to work you through spread applications, how to read that card in any direction that it may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to show you a unique spread to help channel the messages of that card into your own readings. And as I mentioned, all you need to do if you'd like to become a part of our tarot class program is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access, as I mentioned, to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. It's not necessary for you to catch up, but I will tell you, if you wanted to catch up, now is the perfect time to join, because June 11th is our next class. You've got about 9 hours worth of material to catch up on. That's about 2 classes per week leading into the class itself to give you like a good primer of what we've studied thus far. And if you choose to become a founding member, not only will you have full access to the entirety of the library, so that's access to over 14 hours worth of material that is available for you as a founding member. You will also, in an ever-growing library, you will also have access to the option, you also have a discount on the full year's worth of readings, and you will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, if you choose to receive one, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your tarot journey, and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to any new, you also have access to my Mystic Meditation articles, which are summaries on what we've been seeing energetically in article form. I'm also very happy to let you know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. Those can be purchased on an individual level per dream or as a series. I would encourage that if you purchase the series package, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you guys could do me a favor, and if you'd like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list is open. You will be the second person read for today. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Things in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight and private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here dream interpretation, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, mediumship, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, life path readings, love readings. You can find the full list over on my tree that has links in my bio. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway is a reading giveaway. We'll be doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway. The other giveaway we'll do today is we will be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. Going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those recaps. Hi there, welcome from Indonesia, Bokir. And if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, feel free to correct me. All right. Sun in 7th house as well. So my life is passion. Oh, absolutely. I can see that, Haley. My brother and sister's husband, Gemini moon. My brother's wife, Gemini. That is so much Gemini energy. Sheesh. Like magnets. Makes sense. I feel like Gemini stick together like that. Mine is when I forgive without question until I don't. Not always smart, but my heart is big. Yep, that makes a lot of sense, Grace. My ex-wife also Gemini rising. That's wild. Also loads of Aquarius energy around me. And I've got Sag and Leo rising. Well, that makes sense because Aquarius and Gemini energy, like Aquarius and Gemini get along like this. You know what I mean? Because Aquarius likes Gemini because Gemini can keep up with Aquarius. Like a Gemini understands when Aquarius is talking from a place of ideals. And Aquarius likes Gemini because Gemini always is able to show them a different point of view. Like it helps Aquarius see that there's 2 sides to every situation. Like a bunch of Sag energy throughout the chart. Yeah. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap the screen, Haley. And thank you, Addison, for sharing the live. Hi there, Kate. Aquarius here. Hi, Molly. Another Aquarius feeling super off today. I think we're going to start. I told you, I feel like I think we're going to feel a little off while Mercury is in Taurus. It's like, it slows. It's like slow. That's why I kept on saying it's going to feel a little retrograde right now. Also the fact that Saturn is preparing to transit into Aries, but I think the majority of what we might be feeling right now, I think I know what you're talking about, Bridget. And I think it has a lot to do with Mercury being in Taurus. But on the bright side, it's not going to be in Taurus long. Mercury is going to be Mercury is going to be coming out of Taurus, like pretty much exactly at the same time that we have that new moon in Gemini. So that said, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective. in the next few moments. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. And as I mentioned, if you would like to get on the list today for a personal reading at the conclusion of the Daily Collective, you'll be the second person read for. Now is a great time to get on the list. The list is nice and short. So if you'd like to claim a spot today, now would be an ideal time to do so. Hold on a minute, just reading over the comments. The only way, hold on. The only way I keep up with them all is the Jupiter in Gemini to expand my Gemini energy. No, I get it. No, because you aspire for it, right? Like often where our Jupiter placement is talks towards like what we aspire to, right? It's like I'm working on it. You know? Thank you for supporting each other in the live. Hey there, Jess. My kid is an Aquarius and her fave person is her uncle and he is a Gemini. No, I'm telling you, like Aquarius and Gemini, they're like peas and carrots, man. They're like this, you know, they can't, it's just like, it's like they find each other, you know, like they look at each other like, you get it. You know what I'm talking about. You know, you're on my wavelength. Why are Sag and Aquarius so attracted? Do you mean why are they attractive or attracted? Copperhead, what are we talking about, Anita? Copperhead like the snake? My 12th house is also Gemini, but with Cancer placements, Mars, Black Moon, Lilith. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, Gemini 12th house is wild. You know, like it's very much like not everybody's going to get it, but you'll get it. But like that's a lot of the work that you're doing is to help others get it. It's kind of like the way I like to think of a Gemini 12th house. Pisces, Aquarius, Sag Moon, Cancer rising. Oh, you're a seahorse. Tanya. You're a seahorse. Very watery, but in like a good way. You know, like I would be surprised if you're not doing something in the creative field or trying to bring dreams to life. What about Gemini Moon? Gemini Moon is like it's a lot of that, like, you know, I think it's funny because I think that sometimes they say, like, I think it's interesting because that whole like often if you can't take me at my best, you don't deserve, like if you can't take me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best, is often pointed towards Aries. And that's not Aries. Aries is often like, if you can't take me at my worst, I don't blame you. That's ridiculous. I'm ridiculous at my worst. But Gemini, like a Gemini moon has to do with working through the context of the self and having that ability of finding someone who appreciates one in all of their facets, right? It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that, like for better or worse kind of energy. That explains why my kid, who is an Aquarius, was so emotional this morning. How long? It's everything. It's like, and again, I'm telling you right now, for those with cap placements, it could be feeling like you're having a bit of a rut. You know, it's just, you know, it's a little bit of that slow. It's a little bit of that sluggishness that we get, but it's not long. And Tanya, thank you for sharing the live. Haley, thank you for sharing the live. I know it is a relief. Hi there, Mara. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for being here and thank you for joining. Just a reminder to those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos or the photos. Hi there, Cece. You can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Also, if you become a subscriber or a member, if you join for membership on the place where we keep the videos, you will also be entitled to one-card readings once we get to one-card readings after the personal readings. Hi there, Christy. How are you doing today? And Bookcase, thank you for sharing the live as well. 1 second, just catching back up. Sag and Aquarius are in sextile, which is harmonious, and both tend to be unique individuals. Yes. Sag and Aquarius, like, here's the thing. Sag and Aquarius can sometimes have like a bit of a hot and cold relationship. You know what I mean? Both speak their mind. No, I mean, they do, but in very different ways. Like the thing about Sag, here's the thing. Sag is very much about direct action. Aquarius sometimes wants to talk things through in a way that can drive Sag wild. Thank you for getting on the list, Bridget. You'll be read for after Addison. Anita, I'm not sure what that means, dear. No, I agree, both speak their mind, but that's the thing, like Aquarius, like that's the only thing about the difference between when Sag and Aquarius speak, which can sometimes be a bit difficult. Like Aquarius likes to philosophize on things, and Sag likes to put their money where their mouth is. So like sometimes a Sag and Aquarius will start to hit a little bit of a difficulty point when the rubber meets the road, right? Hi there, Carrie. Yep, both focused on ideas completely. Molly, my dad was a Sag and several exes can't escape them. Listen, Sag is an absolutely beautiful, like everything, Sag is an absolutely beautiful energy when they're healed. An unhealed Sag is, it's just, I like to point out the bull in the china shop of the zodiac is not a Taurus. Because a Taurus would never, like a Taurus is about majestic energy. A Taurus would never dream. Like you say bull in a china shop and Taurus goes, how dare you? I would never. A Sag would. That was a Sag in the china shop. Okay. It was a Sag. Sag is like, what? What did I do? Huh? Like it's a lot of that. Do you know how many of my placements say may have psychic connections? Like a lot. I love that, Heather. Um, where were we? Gemini, Saturn in the third, my only Gemini placement. Yeah, like Gemini, Saturn in the third can often speak towards like having to make like a big decision like early in your experience. It's a little bit of that, like I'm out. Are you in or you out? What I mean? It's like a lot of that very early on, you know. I'm feeling that, and I'm Cat Moon. Ugh, yeah, like I'm telling you right now, it's just the energy. I'm just telling my little cat babies, you might be feeling a little bit like a being in a rut right now. Like, don't like be productive. Don't wait on things. Don't remember patience isn't waiting. Patience is doing stuff. It's being productive. You know. I think I think things are gonna perk up for Cap once we get into Gemini season. Gemini Sun, Libra Moon. Yeah, I mean that's beautiful energy too, because I mean that's heavy on balance, right? And a lot of that work that you may have to navigate with Gemini Sun and Libra Moon, like it's everything is about balance. And potentially recognizing what others can do to bring or find balance, understanding, like working through the path work that that differs for everyone, right? Um, yeah, it's like it's Gemini Sun, but it can also be really difficult because you can be very hard on yourself in the process, right? Like you have to like heal from the ability of not wanting to judge yourself too harshly. See, Mike, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, dear. Haley, I actually lied. Apparently I'm a Gemini North Node also. It's okay. It's okay. Recalibrate. Sag is hoof and mouth. Oh, always. Like directly. Like like what? Like, like every single time. You were just what? Like Sag is. It's because they're like Sages are shameless. They don't understand. They sometimes miss the context clue. Huh? Like it's like they sometimes miss the subtle nuance of things. Hi there, Kelly. I healed Sag. Impossible. I've seen I love Sag energy. It's great. You know, the tip I heard for Sag was to watch Coyote Ugly, and we'll just say yes. I love that. I've never seen that movie. I guess I should, but it makes a lot of sense from what I know about it. Taurus rising. Taurus rising is a cool placement for Taurus. Taurus rising is like I meant what I said. Taurus rising. Taurus rising is not just not just say it's like words to action, you know? Okay, now we're doing it, you know? Carmen, Sag Sun, Libra Moon, Scorpio rising. We do be like that. Yeah, well, and Sag Sun, here's the thing, Sag Sun, Libra Moon, Scorpio rising is like that's like you being like, I'm not afraid to say it. You know you were thinking it. You know what I mean? Like you're probably the one who's like, we were, oh, don't look at me like that. We were all thinking it. I was just brave enough to say it. You're welcome. Like you will rip the Band-Aid. You will rip the Band-Aid. You were like, I am here to rip the Band-Aid. How are you today? I love Sag energy too. I mean, I've got Sag placement, so I'm also like, you know, I'm also a little bit, I'm a bit biased. Cat Moon represent. Cat Moon represent. You guys. I mean, I mean, Cat Moon is nothing. Is not for the faint of heart. You know, Cat Moon is not for the faint of heart. Cat Moons. I feel it. Yep. And we've got a bunch of Cat Moons here. I want to hug all of you. It's gonna be okay. Taurus Sun, Leo Moon, Sag Rising. Ooh, Taurus Sun, Leo Moon, Sag Rising. Whew. Got a warrior in the house. We got a warrior in the house. That's a lot of like of walking softly but carrying a very big stick. Scorpio Sun, Sag Rising, Cat Moon over here. So I've been feeling it. Yeah, I'm sure you've been feeling it a lot in the last month. But here's the, I feel like with Scorpio, I feel like those with Scorpio placements right now, I feel like this was a good, I feel like this was a good full moon for Scorpios, you know, like more or less. Like I see that for a lot of Scorpios, it's a lot of more like, what is happening? You know what I mean? Like it's, I've been saying that Scorpio and Libra are just kind of like standing back, like with their sunglasses on, being like, what is happening? Molly, yes, a Coyote Ugly movie. Yes. Hi there, man. Hi, and Theo. Good to see you. Sag is my second house ruler and North Node, but Sag placements, Sun, Moon, and risings, and Venuses just reel me in, confuse me, and then I get sad. I love them though. I know. And listen, like we've all been burned by an unhealed Sag at some point in time. I mean, like, because the thing I always like to point out, this is the thing with Sages, is Sages, when Sages get provoked, they're like, you want to see how fast I can run? But that's why the journey of Sag is like, it's not about learning how to run, it's learning what it takes to stand still. It's learning it's not strong to be able to move through something quickly. It's finding the perseverance to stay when everything in you is calling for you to flee, right? That's a problem, right? Like Sages, man, it's hard. Hi there, I'm Matilda. No, we're about to get started on the collective. Haven't missed it yet, dear. And if anyone wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. Hi there, Janae. And if I'm saying your name incorrectly, by all means, feel free to correct me. I lost my spot. Hold on, I found it. Autumn. My ex is a Sag, very unhealed at the time, and that makes sense. They will. An unhealed Sag, and listen, I know an unhealed Sag will tear your life apart. It will not be. It will. But that's the reason, because you can't find them. They run around too much. They run away from things. It's like, yes, my Venus is in Aries, so I'm confrontational. And then for an unhealed Sag, it's going to be like, catch me, it can be like they start running. Yeah, it can be very difficult. I get it, Antheo. Um, Aries sun, Sag moon, Scorpio rising. I'm Sag too, moon too. So it's like, it's a lot of working in that space. Yeah, it's just, it's a lot of like, it's a lot like, here's the thing, Anna, like you've got Aries sun, Sag moon, Scorpio rising. I think that you probably intimidate energy around you because you're not easily intimidated, you know? Like that you're just, you like that's a lot of that. That's finding someone that shares like the same pathwork of determination and tenacity as you do. Really smart woman needs like this is the summary. Heather, I am living for your summary of Coyote Ugly right now. All right, so Heather's summary of Coyote Ugly, which somehow magnificently was they were able to put in the comments. Really smart woman needs money, goes to make money, dances on bar, finds her voice. My favorite thing about Coyote Ugly is I've never seen it, but I've just seen the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode that references it. And that episode's so good, I feel like I have seen Coyote Ugly. Because that's pretty much the summary of what I saw in that episode. Carmen, I'm curious what the signs are of the Sinners characters. I bet it a lot of fire. How good was that movie? I feel like the brothers were clearly Gemini, but that felt like an easy like that felt very Gemini. But again, they were twins, so it seemed that like yes, totally. Leo sun, Pisces moon, Cap rising. Yeah, that's a lot of it doesn't matter how you feel. It's a lot of I don't let emotions get in the way of what needs to be done, and neither should you. What makes you like it's a lot of that energy that says what makes you feel like I don't have feelings about something. I've got a lot of feelings. Like that's that type of energy. I just like that's you being you just show up, you're like, I know, like I know not to let my emotions get the better of me. Okay, you can hug, but we need to keep it efficient. I love that. Fairy, yes. Ashley, Aries, Sun, Cancer, Moon, Cap rising. Ooh, you're like a moon knight. You're like a moon knight. You stand for people and they don't even know you've got their backs. You talk positive for and you talk up for people and people in rooms they don't even know you're talking about them. It's great. Um, Bookcase. One of my partners is a cat moon. Poor baby. Chiron and Cancer too. Yeah, it's not easy for cat moons. It's a lot there. I'm a cat moon and Taurus rising too. I'm Scorpio sun. Yeah, it's a lot of it's not about like that's like the energy like that's a lot of it's not about what's easy, it's about what's important. Like not taking the easy way out of things. Like it's like that, Catherine, that energy is like whoever said it was supposed to be easy. Scorpio sun, Cancer moon, Virgo rising. That's beautiful too, because that is also very much like identifying, like working in the context of change and seeking change and working into the space of what's important. But also like there's a lot of poetry there, Scorpio sun, Cancer moon. I feel like a Scorpio sun, Cancer moon is like it's poet energy. 3 out of 3. Yeah, Catherine. Hold on a minute. Ooh, I lost my spot. Sunflower. I'm a Scorpio, but Libra in Mercury and Mars. But that's the thing. I think it's nice for Scorpios to have Libra placements because it's catching yourself, you know? Like, like I feel like a Scorpio with a lot of Libra placements are like what I was gonna say, what I should have said. but I didn't because I chose good. I chose to be good today. I chose to be good today. Thank you for that gift, Ashley. My last Sag partner dumped a bunch of big feels and ghosted. Yeah, that sounds like a Sag. A Sag will be like, okay, like they won't tell you everything they feel until they're like they do a mic drop. They'll be like, you're cool, I'm out. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's but that's the thing about it. Like that in itself, like the flight risk, like it's a space of being like I tell my feelings and then I run away. That's the unhealed energy because it's impossible. It creates a force field. Like you can't tell your feelings and then run because then everybody's trying to catch you and you're like you're gone, you know? I just need to have a private reading from you at this point. It's okay. Anytime you want, Jess, you can just book one on my site. Body part for Sag is the thighs. Yeah. The hips. Of course. And that's why in Taurus is shoulders, Sag is hips, right? I'm a Sag, but I've been doing the healing for years now. I'm just scared of getting hurt again. I know it's hard, because that's the thing. To a certain extent, Sages carry their hearts on their sleeves, you know, like Sages carry their hearts on their sleeves, and so it's hard because Sages are like, working through that can be very difficult. Claire, I paid for a reading a few days ago, ran out of time. I just got back to join in. Oh, thank you, Claire. Can you just give me the date, dear? I see you. Actually, I see you. It was on Tuesday, right? All right. Thank you for letting me know. I've taken you off the hold list. You'll be the third person read today. All right. Perfect. I got you. Autumn, 5 years with them. Overall, I tore my life apart by staying, but dang, it was crazy for me as a Libra. Yeah, I mean, listen, and I need to point this out. All the signs have the capacity to heal, and all the signs have detriments that they have to work through. So it's just like, again, much like that space, like working through the determination point, like working through the ability to, like you can usually tell if a Sag is in a healed place because they have the ability to articulate their feelings and remain, right? Like the Sag shows up saying, look how fast I can run. And they learn the lesson that strength is not found in how fast you can move, but the strength the strength to stay still when everything in you wants to energetically run, right? Hi there, Fig. Good to see you today, dear. I have Sun, Mercury, Venus, Pluto, Chiron, and South Node all in Sag. That is a lot of Sag. That is a herd. That is wild horses. I've not seen it yet. Oh, you haven't seen It's Always Sunny? I was at Coyote Ugly with my new Sag interest. There you go. That's where you take them. Sages have a beautiful ability to appreciate kitsch. Aries, welcome, Nasima. Good to see you right now. I mean, Aries right now, the big issue with Aries is work through intimacy wounds because there's a lot of planets in that house right now. You're so welcome, Ashley. I'm a Cap Moon and Aquarius rising. I've got so many Cap Moons here. It's wild. Thank you for the flowers, user 632. Hi, Miss Melissa. I didn't have that. I chose good today. Chart. I like that. Thank you, Little Vamp, for the gifts. You're so welcome, Claire. I'm a Libra rising and Sun and Scorpio moon. Oh, you got doubles Libra. Yeah, which is why, like, here's the thing. I like that's a lot of that energy that says, "Don't make me." Like, don't take my kindness for weakness, right? Like this piece that you see, it's not. I didn't come here with it. I work on it. Hi, Little Vamp and Lamala. Thank you for the follow. Hi there, Cece. Oh, good to know about the intimacy wounds with Aries right now. Yeah, this is because I told you, like Pisces with that planets leaving the house, it's triggering abandonment wounds, like come back. Aries, all of these, and like all the planets in their house, it's like get out. It's like, oh no, you're too close. Everybody's too close. It's way too it's way like too close for comfort. And we've also got Pluto retrograde, which is going to make the dream space real weird. It's going to make it weird. Maybe not scare things. And the dream space is going to be one where it's going to be like, I'm already seeing it in some of the dreams I'm interpreting. And if you want to get on the list for dream interpretation, you can. Things that would typically scare you, but don't scare you. It's like Pluto retrograde is like going through a haunted house, like in May, which is like, oh yeah, we keep all this stuff here. It's out of season. It's like just moving out. Oh no, I'm really scared right now. Ooh, a skeleton. Like, it's a little bit like that. Oh, here we go. It's seriously like, get out. Yeah, no, I know. Everything like, and that's the thing. Pisces right now, come back. Aries right now, get out. Taurus, seeing all these like these planets in Aries, red flags everywhere. Like all like it's just wacky. Aries sun, Aquarius moon, Cancer rising. I love an Aquarius moon. Aquarius moon have the most exquisite taste. You want some exquisite taste, you find yourself an Aquarius moon. They will teach you, and then you figure out what their niche is. You find out that thing that they like obsess on, that they geek out on. It's going to be awesome. You're going to learn something. They're going to show you their vinyl collection. They're going to do something. They got something that they got like an exquisite taste on something. Are we quoting Air Supply, Anita? We never need readings here. We want readings. We never want to be in a space where we turn our autonomy to the cards, Oyinka. But if you'd like to get on the list, whoa. If you'd like to get on the list for a reading, you can do so. You'll be the fourth person read for. Speaking of which, if you'd like to get on the list right now, 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And thank you, Adina, for sharing the live. Rainbow, 3 years until Saturn moves into Taurus. Neptune moves into Taurus in 2039. Wow, Saturn's going to be in Aries for a while. It's wild. Cece, thank you for the follow, dear. Cancer sun, Scorpio moon, Libra rising. Ooh, I like that. That is like it's like working through complications, right? It's like it's working through like energetic catches, right? Like that's interesting, Lex. I know. Did you hear it? I'm digging it. I like thunder. I heard thunder right after you. Yes, I am. Oh, you did. Yes, I am, Jess. We're sharing thunder. Speaking about sharing thunder, I think now's a good time to get started on the collective, since cards are already falling out. Why don't we get started? If you guys could do me a favor and share that. I know it's right. It's fierce. I like it. All right. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. Just a reminder, if you would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, remember, we are doing a giveaway right now, a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So if you're participating and trying to win that, I wish you the best of luck. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Just bear with me one moment. Hold on a minute. Here we go. All right. Welcome, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, May 16th, 2025. What do we have in the cards right now? Can I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread? First two cards we are starting our day off with today are our 10 of Pentacles in its reversal, in combination with our 6 of Swords in its upright. I like to see the 6 of Swords in its upright. The 10 of Pentacles is a little bit more difficult, but I want to kind of stress that something that we see that is important that's happening right now has to do with working through identifying and recognizing adaptability, tenacity, and change. One of the things that we had to work through with this, we talked a lot about this during that Scorpio full moon, is the space by which we change or the space by which we adapt is important because it shows us how far we've come, right? And there's something about that full moon. I keep on seeing that. I feel like that full moon that we just went through was either a full moon about being able to appreciate how much one has changed, or simultaneously setting the intention as to how one plans to change, right? It's all about that force of change. And it's either, I keep on seeing it was either like the looking back upon the change and appreciating how far one has come, or recognizing and identifying what one is hoping to do better in order to facilitate those changes going forward. It's not easy, right? But we talk about here that healthy path work is not about something that is energetically indulgent. Like a good spiritual journey is not one that you just pat yourself on the head and tell yourself how energetically special you are. It's identifying what it is that is required of the self to move towards the highest self. And so I keep on hearing like there's a lot of this work right now that is articulating and recognizing what that heavy lifting is, right? The space of identifying it. And this is what happens when we heal our egos, right? Because our egos want us to be in the space of identifying that we're energetically perfect, right? Never are we more fragile than when we feel like we are perfect. Because often that energetic space is where we can recognize or identify that the ego is too much in a space of being able to navigate something. When we're in it, like, and we identify this in the people we care about, right? Working through something, hashing something out, being able to recognize and identify something that one could be doing better, something that one, is working on. This is the context by which we're able to, I keep on getting, create new ground. And for a lot of the energy right now, I want to say doing that work is bittersweet. Doing that work is like, I keep on hearing the love that gets its hands dirty. Because as I mentioned, a lot of this energy right now is in magician energy and separation. And this is the energy that is also working in the context of identifying and remembering that one does not need to be perfect to enter partnership. One just needs to be self-aware enough to know what one is working on, right? It's not about being flawless. None of us are perfect. And interestingly, the more that we talk towards we consider our flaws, right? We also had a lot of that conversation about the flaws that don't become a resting point, right? That's why I kept on getting the message in the last reading we had, all work, no excuses. Because when we're working to turn a flaw into a facet, right? When we're working to take something and improve upon it, it's not the observation that says, oh, I'm not good at that, deal with it, right? it's not that space where it creates that space of latency. It's a point of activation. And I like the fact that I'm seeing that for a lot of the energy across the, like in separation right now, that ability to talk about what one is working on, to talk about what one is trying to improve upon, I just keep on seeing it's allowing for a lot, like there's a lot of heavy conversation in some of these new connections, because I keep on hearing like this is the energy that says, do like let's get the hard conversation out of the way. Better that we have a hard conversation now than we move each other off of alignment in relationality to what it is that we're trying to create. And so everything I keep on seeing here, it's bittersweet and it's not easy. But I keep on seeing that that ability of making the best out of things, that ability of working something through, right? This is the energy that is proving to each other that the love that they're able to express and find is not conditional on finding the perfect situation. Because we talked a lot about the fact that a healthy manifestation isn't about working through aversion. It's not about turning your nose towards what's not that. It's about identifying and recognizing what you're mutually working on that allows for that space of, I keep on hearing, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Serendipity. And what is serendipity? Like, this is the energy that feels like they're finding each other in serendipitous circumstances, because the serendipity of being able to be authentic and vulnerable about what it is that you're working on allows for the serendipity of another person to connect with you and say, I am also working on that. And that allows for that expansion point of possibility that leads to activation. Center card in our spread is, and this has been happening ever since Pluto entered retrograde. I don't know if you guys picked up on this. The last few days, every time I go to grab the card, it sticks to the table. Ever since the Pluto in retrograde started, where we just keep on pulling inadvertently from the bottom of the deck. But I'm not surprised, because that's all, like that's what the Pluto in retrograde is about. Like, Pluto in retrograde season is all about the bottom of the deck. It's like working on the underbelly. What do we got here? Yep, there it is. A lot of that, oh man, a lot of that Five of Swords in its reversal. And I like this too. For energy coming into divine union, I keep on seeing this is a period of heavy catharsis. This is a period of heavy catharsis, because something that I'm seeing about the catharsis that's happening, for a lot of the energy, this is the catharsis that happens after a breakthrough, is what I'm identifying. And why are we seeing that there's some kind of catharsis that's happening right now outside of a breakthrough? Because as I mentioned, for a majority of the energy coming into divine union, that ability of having a heart opening leading up into this Scorpio full moon, and not allowing it to destabilize, not allowing one to become reactive in it, instead being able to talk through it. The message we were getting last week is the difference between the energy of a breakthrough and a breakdown is exactly the same. A breakdown is when we react to the trauma that we carry. A breakthrough is when we talk through it. And so I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy that's working on, I keep on hearing they're working on the lessons of putting the weapons down. Because when we're healing, it's understanding that there's things that we learn in points of trauma that we need to protect ourselves. And this is how the energy is healing, because they're remembering that when you're in an energetic sanctuary, it's a place where it's safe to put the weapons down. And so this is the energy that's finding that sanctuary in partnership, that's allowing for a lot of the intimacy wounds to be healed. But it's not easy, because it feels extremely vulnerable. And there's something about that vulnerability that I keep on seeing. It's like, it's fragile, right? It's working through how like, that's what vulnerability is. It's working through something that feels energetically fragile, because I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy communicating in ways that they haven't, because they're realizing that they're in a space finally in partnership where it's safe to be in their authenticity. Fourth and fifth card in our 5-card spread for today, we have here our Two of Wands in its upright in combination with our 5 of Pentacles in its upright. Now, for the energy deep within divine union, I think I told you that I see this energy kind of moving more into a space of judgment. And I think that this is coming towards the fact that we're moving towards Gemini season. Um, a lot of that work, or a lot of that space of taking the temperature of things, feeling things out. This is a lot of the energy that's going through the same work of Scorpio, of the Scorpio full moon, in identifying what it is that they're working to change either within, or what it is that they're working to change without. And I keep on seeing that that is the gift of having the healthy partnership that allows one to feel the stabilization point in terms of, like, I keep on hearing something, feeling like I keep on hearing the word solidarity in the energy deep within divine union. And why is there so much of that energy that's coming into the space of solidarity? Because this is the energy that when we understand what the work is that we've set before us, then we feel stable within it, then that's when we start feeling the word solidarity. So I just keep on seeing that there's something about that as it relates to articulating and identifying what those changes are, but also appreciating like what those, like I keep on hearing, um, solidifying plans for the future, stabilizing something in some way, shape, or form. And there's something about that stabilization point that feels energetically reaffirming, because this is the energy that says to one another that that ability of finding stability is one that they create together. And I keep on hearing they don't lean on one another for it. They stand beside one another, right? Because when we're strong in ourselves, our partnerships feel like they have solidarity, because we don't feel the weight of another person expectations on us, but it creates the ability to stand up straight, is what I keep on hearing. Continuing to get clarification between our 10 of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our 6 of Swords in its reversal. We've got here the 7 of Pentacles in its upright. This is like, it's feeling very Capricorn today. You know, I gotta stress, there's a lot of Capricorn energy today, which, and for me, when I see a lot of Capricorn energy, it feels like a lot of focusing on productivity, focusing on what's energetically productive. I keep on hearing, always patient, never waiting. Because when we wait, we feel like we are in a rut, right? We've been talking a lot about this. This is what, like, and the thing is, when Mercury is in Taurus, it can sometimes feel similar to a Mercury retrograde. So if you're feeling a little bit of that, like, if you're feeling a little bit of that drag today, if you're feeling a little bit of that rut energy, I want you to embody the statement, always patient, never waiting, which is not waiting around for something to happen, but utilizing stillness in productive ways that allows for, I keep on seeing, allows for creativity to emerge, or allows for communication to expound upon. It's a lot, I just keep on seeing. Remember, patience is waiting in productive ways. And when we're building towards manifestations, healthy wishes are spaces that we wait upon. Manifestations are ones that we're productive through, because there's no waiting in manifestations. Continuing to get clarification between our 6 of Swords in its reversal and our 5 of Swords in its reversal. One card to clarify. There it is. A lot of that 7 of Wands in its reversal. I feel like there's, I got to talk about this to a certain extent. I feel like there was potentially like a lot of this buildup of tension that we sometimes have prior to these. The Scorpio full moons can sometimes be a little anxiety inducing, or if you have issues with anxiety, sometimes they can bring them out, specifically because it's it's prickly. It's the best way I can describe it. It's prickly energy. Um, it's working through the context of change. And but that's what we talk about here as it relates to being adaptable, because that work or that experience, like that's why I keep on hearing that when we when we're waiting for something, and all right, hold on, this is like a nuanced message coming through. When we're waiting for something, when it feels like we're waiting for something, that's how we start building into bitterness, right? Like that's why we talk about the difficulty in relationality to waiting, that isn't just about kind of like remembering a healthy manifestation is not one that you don't look around and go, why isn't it happening? Right? Because like that's where bitterness emerges from. But that's why I keep on seeing that there's something really freeing that's happening for the energy in separation, because there's something about the relationships that are forming right now that they're not holding things personally, right? They're I just keep on seeing like they're giving each other clarity. They're identifying what that productivity point is. And I feel like this is a little bit of that move that we're having as it relates to Gemini, which allows for that context of when something is becoming difficult, right? Instead of getting like frustrated about it, instead of it just approaching it and saying like, what do you need? Right? Like just allowing for that space of like being energetically adaptable. Sometimes things turn out even better than you expected them to, right? Like it's a lot of that work in terms of the lessons of navigating the open palm, which is looking towards things like don't not looking towards your manifestations like gimme, right? But looking at something and saying, what do I need to bring to a situation? How can I make something more adaptable? And so I keep on getting that a little of the gift that the energy right now that is coming together in partnership is giving one another is pragmatism, right? Because that ability of being energetically pragmatic, the ability to adapt to circumstances and not take things personally, this is potentially also in relationality to the conversation that they're having about moving more slowly, healing from situations or circumstances wherein someone's words didn't match their actions, or someone was giving a lot to begin with, but then it was like them like moving into a space of like a lack of interest or something of that nature. So everything I keep on seeing here, like there's a lot of unpacking today, particularly and especially in the realms of talking about the past. Like a lot of, like I got to point this out, like the 7 of Wands, the 5 of Swords, and the 6 of Swords in its reversal. This is a lot of talking about the past that I'm being here, but talking about the past in a way that feels like it's liberating, because this is the energy. I just keep on seeing the energy. I told you, what is the demarcation point of some of these partnerships? I'm happy to talk about it. Nothing that's not on the table, like working through something in such a way in order to find a better understanding of it. Now, coming toward, for the energy coming into divine union, what we're effectively seeing here is uh, this is like a lot of there's a lot of adaptation that I see is occurring for the energy coming into divine union. Um, and so it's interesting because for the energy in separation, I'm getting that these messages of recalibration. For the energy coming into divine union, I'm getting these are messages of adaptation, like working on something in a way, or having a different perspective on something, or seeing something in a different way. For energy deep within divine union right now, there's I'm going to get clarification here between our Five of Wands and its reversal in combination with our Two of Swords, Two of Wands, correction. There's that Nine of Pentacles. This feels like rest and relaxation. This feels like some kind of desire to move into a place of energetic easement. But this is, I need to point this out. Like, remember when we talked about the fact that I feel like this Taurus season is challenging us, especially with the Scorpio full moon, to find greener pastures. The reason I keep on getting the fact that this Taurus season is challenging us to find greener pastures has to do with understanding that working through discomfort is what brings us to a greener pasture. That being able to step outside of our comfort zone, right? Working on the context of pushing ourselves in ways that we haven't before that allow for new strength to be found, right? Because the things that we are able to do naturally are gifts. The things that we have to work on, right? And we have to put at like we have to stretch stretch ourselves upon our talents. So I keep on hearing like a lot of that space, like trying to take something and move oneself into a space of doing something that you haven't done before, but something that you desire to do. That's this type of energy right now, right? It's not just pining for it. It's looking towards what one has to do to energetically get there. Continuing to get clarification between our Two of Wands in combination with our Four of Pentacles and its upright. Two cards coming out. Oh, there it is. We've got here our Empress in its upright in combination with our Ace of Wands in its upright. So I think that this is really beautiful because I feel like this is what's effectively happening right now for masculine and feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. For a lot of the I keep on seeing that for a lot, you'll recall that we talked about for a lot of the masculine energy right now, doing that work, finding a way to communicate authentically. This is very difficult because I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of that work that's happening in relation to masculine, learning to articulate authentically that feels like a reclamation. I told you that this feels a lot like inner child healing, having to like go back to a time like as a child where they were able to articulate their feelings more effectively. So there's a lot of, I almost get like the masculine energy right now is almost like reparenting themselves to a certain extent in the ability to understand that having emotions is not antithetical to being a masculine, right? That in fact, when a masculine is able to just talk about how they feel, but not react to it, to not work through feeling rejection for articulating authentically, like there's a lot of this masculine that's coming into new strength by via the finding the ability of being vulnerable. And this is how the masculine is healing, because it's the masculine that looks towards that authenticity and says to the self that the feminine energy that is in alignment to them will see that authenticity as a gift. They won't be repelled by it, they'll be attracted towards it. And this is why the journey of authenticity allows for authentic connections. Because if not, right, if we're always hiding our feelings, then it feels like we enter relationships with those that do not know us, right? So there's a lot of this, like I keep on hearing, there's a lot of this energy that is working on articulating upon something, but I keep on hearing it's kind of like it's kind of like training wheels. Now, for feminine energy, I just keep on seeing feminine energy that is more in the space of working on not not pleasing, not overly concentrating on the need to please others. Because all I keep on hearing for feminine energy right now, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, is when feminine energy tries to please everyone, feminine energy becomes too spread, too thin. So when feminine energy tries to please everyone, they ultimately end up not being for anyone, themselves included, because that's a feminine that says there's nothing left. Like that's the energy that feels like there's not, like it's like the energy of the feminine that's working on energetic recall to a certain extent via finding their own strength, right? Working on their own ability to communicate how they feel about things, not just feeling like they need to be in the space of agreeing constantly, right? There's a lot of that. I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy that is healing from the feeling that in order to be feminine, one must be agreeable all the time, right? Like the agreeability, like healing from the agreeability, right? It's like I see some feminine energy that's working in the space of saying, never do I feel safer than being able to say to someone, you're wrong, and they don't take it energetically personally, is what I keep on seeing. So what do we see is happening for a lot of these relationships? And this is the feminine that says, if I'm not agreeable, and a masculine takes that personally, again, I'm not building into the context of a masculine that is energetically wounded by the fact that I don't necessarily agree with them, right? So I told you, these are energies that are like kind of challenging each other in those spaces, but challenging each other in the best ways possible. Continuing to get clarification between our our 8 of Pentacles in combination with our 7 of Wands in its reversal. We've got here our 5 of Wands. A lot of Wands today, and it's an interesting spread. There's a lot of minor arcana on the table. So, the one thing I'm going to say right now that's happening for energy coming into divine union, this is energy healing from false illusions of the self. These are the chariot partnerships that are entering partnership, and they're releasing the false illusions that were created of the self in trauma-informed environments. Because that's the difficulty of being in a space of trauma. It's believing what you hear of yourself there. Because those spaces of being in a trauma-informed environment often try to, like I keep on getting, try to tell us we are things that we're not, right? So that discovery, right, that recognition of the difference between, I keep on hearing healing from another person's never, right? Like healing from the wounds of another person's never, which is saying healing from the wounds of another person projecting their own pain onto you. This is a lot of the energy that's healing via the connection that says, that's not you, right? That was some projection that someone was trying to put on you because it was easier for them to give that to you than to come into acceptance of something. So I keep on hearing that a lot of that work or a lot of that space, it's difficult, it's painful. There's energetic release there because this is the energy that is understanding. I keep on hearing healing from the illusion of the self that trauma had informed upon them. Continuing to get clarification between our 7 of Wands in its reversal in combination with our 9 of Pentacles in its reversal. There's that 7 of Pentacles in its upright. And as I mentioned, the one thing we need to talk about right now, Mercury's in Taurus. Okay. And here's the thing about Mercury being in Taurus right now. It's Taurus energy it's very majestic. It's very processional. It's very heavy. It's heavy steps. It's like Atlas energy. It's a lot of that, like moving, like magnificent, like majestic energy. There's a lot of gravitas. Mercury hits the house of Taurus, and it's like it needs to, like I like to describe it like Mercury wants to run through the halls, and it's got to walk through It's got to walk through Taurus because it's about like working through the space of not rushing processes, not rushing through things. And you may be feeling this right now. If you're feeling a little bit of this like heavy drag energy, I don't want you to get frustrated. I want you to be patient with yourself. I want you to like look at type of like energy here, or like it's good for like tying up loose ends. It's good for like being energetically busy to a certain extent. But it can feel like it can feel a little like dense in terms of like heaviness. So, and I need to talk about that. Like we talk a little bit about like all of whenever we're going through Taurus lessons, we're working on the energy of majesty and majestic energy. It's like there's weight, right? It's all in the shoulders. So it's not about something being too hard. It's about recognizing what it's going to take to get there. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that work between the difference between stubborn, like we're back on stubbornness. We're back on the conversations about stubbornness or tenacity. And what is, and we'll go through this one more time. What is the difference between stubbornness and tenacity? If you're ever if you're ever unsure if you're being stubborn or tenacious, you have to ask yourself why you're holding on to something, right? And when you're holding on to something that is profoundly important, something that connects you to the higher self, there's usually going to be a very clear explanation as to why. Okay. There's going to be a good explanation as to why, right? The higher self says, sit down. How much time you got? Well, we'll do this all day. Okay. But when we're being stubborn about something, we hold on to something and it doesn't feel like it fortifies us. It feels like we harbor it. It feels like we dwell in it. It feels like it feels like, it hurts to hold it. Like this is the gift that we're given. Like that's what's beautiful about the all the gifts that we're given. You can identify something that you should probably let go of because the body creates bitterness. Like bitterness is literally like the alarm system of the body that says you got to get rid of this. You got to get rid of this. This is not great. This is not great. Yeah, gotta stop worrying about that. Like that, this is not good. This is not good for us, right? Like when you look at bitterness like that, right? Not like something like let's make more of it. Like, ooh, bitterness, you know? Like when you're not like, ooh, let's stir the bitterness. Like, no, like when you look at it, like when you look at it more, like bitterness is your body's way of being like, I don't like this. I don't like thinking about this. I don't like holding on to this. Right. Like it's a good note that says that's probably something you need to let go of because it's not serving your higher self. It's keeping you stuck somewhere. Right. And so I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that work that's happening here across all of the frequencies. And that's what I see as beautiful. I keep on hearing the energy meeting one another. And the reason they can talk about something, and even in the way they're talking about something from the past, they're releasing bitterness. When we talk about something, we release the bitterness of it, right? I keep on hearing not bitter, better, right? Like this is the energy that says, it wasn't great, but I'm doing my best to try to turn it into something that doesn't stink. Doesn't stink. Right? Trying to move something into a space of being energetically productive. What's it going to take that bitterness and turn it into something that helps, right? And that's what we do on the healing journey. And that's why it's not easy because being on a healing journey is not about saying I'm right and everybody around me is wrong all the time. It's working in the context of being energetically adaptable. It's working on identifying what one can take from a situation that allows one to come into a space of higher healing. And so I just keep on seeing that even here for some of the energy and separation, I told you they're pulling on the reins of the relationship because this is energy that actually is like they're the only thing that I see a lot of the energy right now is bitter about the past, is the desire to move towards new energetic counterpart, right? With their arms open. Like this, I can hear some energy right now building into new relationships saying, I wish I could run into your arms, but I have to walk slowly because the last person's arms I ran into, they stepped out of the way and I fell flat on my face. Like that's the energy that says, like this is the energy that says, I want to run towards you, but I'm healing from a situation where I tried to run towards someone and they pulled the rug out from under me. Right. And so that's why I keep on seeing that this is the energy that acknowledges one another on that journey. And what are they giving each other? Take all the time you need, right? They're letting Saturn do their work because when we are building into healthy manifestations are not a means to an end. It's a joy in being together in any context is what I keep on seeing, right? And so that brings us to a lot of the energy that is coming into divine union. And I just keep on seeing for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, this is the energy that is healing via the pledge of consistency that they give one another. And what are they saying to each other? They're not promising everything, they're promising every day, right? Because that ability of promising every day, this is the energy that says every day is another opportunity to rebuild that love. Every opportunity, every day is another opportunity to make something right. I like this because this is the energy that is not saying like they're like I keep on seeing the reason that the energy is saying they're promising every day is because this is the energy that says every day I will find what it takes to arrive in the way that I need to face the day. And that's the energy that says to one another that they're healing from the trauma of the past by showing up every day to tell each other the reality of the present that speaks in opposition to any of the trauma of the past that they carried prior to that point, right? So that's like the energy that, again, they're giving each other reality checks. And the reality check is saying to each other, I pledge that this is what you can find here every day, that this joy is not exceptional. This joy is the energetic standard. That brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union. And for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, there's that 7 of Swords in its upright. So I'm just seeing here that a lot of this energy, this 7 of Swords energy, it's interesting too, because I keep on getting with the 7 of Swords energy. And I've got to tell you, this 7 of Swords, this card has been popping up like wild ever since Saturn started to cross over into Aries, right? And that's the energy. And I keep on hearing that that is the journey of saying forwards, not backwards. Right? Why is the energy deep within divine union saying forward, not backwards? We've got a lot of 7 on the table today because the pledge that we give each other as it relates to healing is not the fact that sometimes we don't, like sometimes we have those moments, right? We have those moments that we stumble, but we don't fall. We have those moments that we have those points that are difficult for us. But I keep on seeing that this is the beauty of those connections because these are the energetic connections that articulate and build towards the future, right? And that is the energy that looks to the past, not as an armory, but as a library, right? Because when we look to the past for weapons, when we look to the past to be angry, we can always find something to be angry about. We can always find something to carry bitterness on, right? Look under a stone and you will find something. But that ability to be practical, that ability to be energetically productive, that ability to articulate upon the changes that one is hoping to achieve, I just keep on seeing that this is the energy that works towards one another in partnership and says to one another every step of the way that that journey of togetherness is one wherein they articulate and say to one another, like they give each other that encouragement, they give each other that support. And as we see, as I mentioned, The energy coming into divine union is looking each other in the eye and saying, this is the reality. You're here with me. The past is the past. We're not going back there. This is the energy that has each other's back deep within divine union. And they have each other's back because even when we're feeling those energetic reluctance points, we have those days where we have counterpart that pushes us forward in the direction that we know we need to go, even if we're energetically reluctant to go towards it, right? Like that is the energy that, and that is almost the commitment or the assert, like the gift that they give one another, which is why we hear a lot of the energy deep within divine union saying, I promise never to take it easy on you, which says, I won't allow you to give up on yourself. Right? It's easy to want to give up on yourself. It's easy to want to do so. But when you have that encouragement, it's that constant force of the force of love that says, always the hard way, never the easy way, because the easy way is giving up on yourself. And the hard work is where the love is. Continuing to get clarification between our 5 of Wands in combination with our 7 of Pentacles and its upright. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through with the High Priestess. Love to see her on the table. I've been seeing this. We've been seeing the High Priestess a lot recently. And they were actually in our reading. Not yesterday, the day before. It was in their reversal. Because a lot of this High Priestess energy, and I think it has to do with the fact I told you there's a lot of Capricorn energy right now. I associate this sometimes to some of that energy as well. It's not about, I keep on hearing, it's the identification. And I feel like this is a bit of it. Magic is what we do with a difficult situation. Magic is not waiting for something magical to happen. We are each other's magic. When we look towards difficulty with that space of possibility, that is where magic happens. It's not about waiting for something to be. It's about being the energetic force that changes things. So I just keep on seeing that that's something that's happening to a certain extent across all of the frequencies. That ability of recognizing, and again, like I keep on hearing, I keep on hearing that this is either energy going through that coming out of that Scorpio full moon, recognizing the power of their own magic. And why are they recognizing the power of their own magic? The ability to see something and see how much they've changed, right? And in those moments that we see those places where we're able to look back and realize how much we've changed, and we welcome that change, then we recognize our own magic, because we recognize the power that exists within us to change ourselves in positive ways. Or coming out of this full moon, looking at something that one hopes to accomplish, setting those intentions, building into that context. This is the energy that appreciates the value and power of their magic, because they can see what it is that they aspire to in relationality to the higher self, and they're building the pathwork in terms of how to get there. Remembering that manifestation is not a latent act. You don't just sit there and wish for something to happen. Wishing doesn't do anything. Wishing is half the work, right? Right? When you wish to the universe and then you're not moving in accordance with the wish, the universe looks back at you and goes, that's rude. You're asking me to pick up all the slack. You're asking me to pick up all the slack. But when we look to the universe and we say, this is what I want, help me see how to get there. I'll meet you there. This is what I'd like, right? A good manifestation is not where is it? It's I'll meet you there, right? It's identifying and recognizing where the work is. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now in separation, there's a little bit of, I told you, there's a little bit of that slowness that is occurring here. There's a little bit of that like slowness that happens. But I'm also seeing that something about that slowness is the recognition of the space of someone that's not going anywhere. Because this is the energy that is building into a relationship where they don't feel like they are each other's means to an end. right? Because that's often what happens when we're building into relationships that don't give us any clarity on where they're going, right? Often when we're in those relationships where we have no clarity on where something's going, it feels like we're in the construct of being a means to an end, right? The finalitude point of another's manifestation existing just in the space that we occupy in their existence. But when we're in healthy relationship, we have clarity on where something's going because we share those manifestations in whatever context they may be. So this is a lot of the energy that is articulating to one another what it is that they desire. And then they're showing each other through the force of consistency that they have what it takes to get there. This brings us to the energy coming into divine union. Seven, double sevens here. 7 of Pentacles in combination with our 7 of Swords. Wow, 10 of Swords in its reversal. I like to see the 10 of Swords in its reversal because the 10 of Swords in its reversal is working in the context of, again, always patient, never waiting. It's building into the space. Like this is the energy. And I keep on hearing, I hear some energy right now coming into divine union saying this feels like a dream. And this is the energy that says it does feel like a dream. When you come into a space of joy and all you've known is trauma, this is why we heal from trauma. Because when we start to experience something that is good, but we're not ready for good, what happens? It feels too good to be true. And we start convincing ourselves that it's not for us. So this is the energy that's healing. Because they're healing from the falsehood that trauma creates, that there's going to be another shoe that inevitably drops, that there's always going to be something that ruins the good. But when we heal from these spaces, this is why we heal from it, because that worry, like that worry about something bad happening often creates it, because then we become too hyper anxious. We start looking for reasons. So that's why we keep on seeing that a lot of that energy is understanding that feeling, the anxiety that you find in trauma, it never goes away. Trauma-informed relationships are not about removing trauma. It's about suppressing it. It's not suppressing it, but not suppressing it like not suppressing it like that, but like making the energetic urge go away, right? Like pushing that away and saying, no, that's the past. That's not now. Right? And that ability of being able to keep that feeling that one needed, the weapons of the past, from creating the difficulty point in the healthy energetic connection, this allows the ability of the relationship that becomes sanctuary. Because what are the energies saying? What are these chariot partnerships saying to one another to continue to stabilize through some of those experiences? You're safe here. This is the reality. The reality of the relationship is you're safe with me. Continuing to get clarification between final card, our high priestess energy, and for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, this is what I meant in terms of the energy moving from temperance into justice. Because I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy moving into that space, taking the temperature of situations, assessing and recognizing how something is, that then allows one to be able to make definitive decisions in terms of what it is one chooses to do. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy, working in that fashion, identifying and articulating what that force of change is. This is the energy that continually looks to the self. They've healed the ego. And when we heal the ego, we're able to be pragmatic in relationality to the problems that we work through, because we don't overly internalize them. We don't try to fix things outside of ourselves, right? We don't try to overly stress. We don't try to project the problems we have within without. This is what we talk about with the gift of healing the ego. The gift of the healing the ego is non-attachment. Non-attachment does not mean going numb. Non-attachment does not mean separating oneself from the cares of the world. Non-attachment does not mean not caring about things. Non-attachment means being able to look at situations from the optics of not taking something personally, that allows one to be pragmatic in relationality to something that you need to change within the self, coming into a point of internal adjustment, versus something that needs to be worked through outside of the self. Final card, and for today's spread, between the High Priestess in combination with our Ten of Swords in its reversal. Two cards coming out, and they're in their transverse. Okay. All right, we've got here our Queen of Pentacles in its transverse in combination with our Eight of Swords in its transverse. So I want to talk, like, I think a lot of what we're seeing here, I have to point this out. We've got a lot of feminine energy on the table right now, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. We also have, I just keep on seeing, we've got a lot of work that's happening here in relationality to recognizing and identifying. I keep on hearing the word pragmatic. And the thing about pragmatic is, and again, this is why I was identifying the fact that for masculine and feminine right now, we're going through asynchronous lessons, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. That adaptability point and recognition to how one is navigating a circumstance or situation versus how another might. And what's interesting about this, and I like this a lot, because what I'm basically seeing that's happening here is, for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, the gift of differing perspectives is really incredible here, because I keep on seeing that this is almost the conversation between masculine and feminine, which has to do with the fact that the ability in terms of recognizing and identifying how something one does is perceived differently in the context of the self. There's a lot of that energy that I'm identifying here, because it is the conversation in relationality to potentially, I keep on hearing, and this is what's beautiful about it, there's a little bit of this pathwork of correction that occurs, right? Like, I almost see the space of like the energy deep within divine union giving each other advice in some way and saying, no, that's good advice for you. Like, that's good advice for you. That's good advice for you. But like working into the space of nuance, and this is what we talk about here. Working in the space of nuance is never a situation where you say, I was just doing what you told me to do and it wasn't working. It's understanding that when we give each other advice, we have to calibrate that advice for our own personal experience, for our own personal situations. And I keep on hearing that the gift that the energy deep within divine union has for one another is they listen to each other, but they're not implicit upon one another, which means they're able to recognize and identify the healthy communication that allows for options, that allows for alternate points of view, right? Can I give you another suggestion? It's like it's giving me a lot of like the beauty and breath, the breath that we resuscitate in one another by offering each other another suggestion, right? Like the ability to give someone a viewpoint to help one see something in a way that you haven't before. And this is why I keep on seeing that this is the energy that feels that easement, because it's not the feeling of being in a relationship where another person is waiting for someone to tell them what to do or for what to do. But this is the energy that works in synchronous flow as it relates to putting ideas before each other, like working them through. I keep on hearing like shaping ideas in a way, moving them back and forth off of one another, that allows for that, like I keep on hearing, that allows for some kind of like refinement of The external refinement of an internal thought is what I keep on hearing. So healthy communication. Welcome to Gemini season. We're getting closer to Gemini season, so we're going to see a lot of that. And this brings us to the energy that is coming into divine union. What is the energy? This is the gift. This is the gift that they give one another. Because for the gift of the energy coming into divine union, they're articulating what was told to them in places of trauma, articulating falsehoods about themselves, articulating the false narrative that the trauma told them about who they are. And what is the counterpart saying? I've never seen anything to make that be the case. I've never seen anything that articulates upon that energetic story that you're sharing, right? It's helping the energy disbelieve the illusion that the trauma created as it relates to who they are, helping them identify the difference between who they truly are at their center in a space of peace versus what they had to do to navigate or survive a difficult situation. So I keep on seeing that ability, right? Like working in that space, they're having conversations about the nature of love being rescue. Because often when we're finally rescued by love, we feel energetic guilt for the force of who we had to become when we were in a space that we were desperately trying to move towards what we thought was love, but was really more just trying to come into the space of energetically surviving. This brings us to a lot of the energy that is in separation. And this is a lot of the energy that I keep on hearing. I hear the energy saying, I'm trying, right? They're talking to each other about their try. They're talking to each other about what it is that they're trying to do. And what's beautiful about that is it's not that they're not saying that they're perfect in it, but in that moment that they say that they're trying, they become energetically perfected, because this is the energy that recognizes that trying is just a qualifier to something that we're doing. And so this is the energy that's learning the gift of authenticity, that is allowing for the ability to connect openly with someone, to have those conversations, at the same time feeling the anxiety of rejection every step of the way, but moving that aside, understanding that rejection is an illusion, and that if there's something about our authenticity that another person has aversion towards, better to find that out sooner than later than to build into a false manifestation, which would be a relationship that creates a lie of the self that one needs to maintain in order to exist within it. Bottom of the deck on this reading, 3 of Pentacles in its reversal. So that's a lot of this adaptability that we're seeing right now. You know, I feel like I got to stress this, you know, something about this particular transit, especially as it relates to Saturn transiting into Aries, it feels a little bit like operating without a safety net, right? It does kind of, it creates a little bit of that space of not knowing what energetically comes next. But I need to articulate upon this. We never know what's going to come next. Okay, we never know. We never know. We set our intention in relationality to the direction that we aspire to move towards. And we hope for the best every step of the way. But remembering that hope becomes activated when we put energetic action towards it, right? A manifestation is a wish with legs. It's not just what one articulates that one aspires for, it's what one does in order to move towards it. So if you're feeling like this right now, if you feel a little bit of this anxiety, because I do feel like, again, Saturn transiting into Aries, a lot of energy in Aries right now, it can create a little bit of anxiety. It can create a little bit of testiness, is the best way I can describe it. I want you to ground that into action that feels like it fortifies you. Remember, always patient, never waiting, means allowing oneself the ability to understand that even if a manifestation isn't coming to you at the speed that you hope it can, you can still move in the direction of the manifestation. So figuring out more ways you can do something that you can do better, right? Just allowing oneself to stay energetically productive through these moments, especially through like a little bit of this like a little bit of this like doldrum energy that we're going to hit a little bit with like Mercury and Taurus allows for that space of like I keep on hearing allowing for a lot of seeds to be planted in relationality instead of focusing on one thing and agonizing as to why it's not coming to you and with the rapidity that you hope it would. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do that there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the death card this week. If you missed that class, you can still catch it. It is now available for paid subscribers to my Substack over on my Substack. All you need to do if you'd like access to that class is become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber to my Substack, as a monthly paid subscriber to my Substack, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in Barrow Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary, and our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Temperance card. Now would be a great time if you wanted to catch up. It's not necessary to catch up. I would do my best to give you a brief recap of our studies in each class. But if you wanted to catch up, this is the perfect time to join, because as a monthly subscriber, you'd have over 9 hours worth of material. That's over 2 classes a week leading up into our next class. And if you you'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we are studying or have currently learned thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also have access to the full Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 14 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to the option of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best effect moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paying subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings and services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these on an individual level per dream or as a series. I would encourage that if you purchase the dream interpretation package, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or biweekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Congratulations to Bridget. You got our highest gifter today. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the 7th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, Haley, congratulations. You came in 2nd in our giveaway, so you'll also be getting an additional card today. I'm going to take a moment before we continue and do our personal readings, and by again, catching up on some of the messages that came through as I was reading. We are also at 23.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping the screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. I saw that, Heather. Oh. And Ever Wander, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, as is yours, Catherine. Local Cosmic, thank you for the follow. Skaboski, thank you for the follow. Catherine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Nikki! Sin, I've got a great question for you today. What animal would you compare a sleeping Taurus to? I mean, a bull? I mean, I didn't realize the collective already started. It's okay. I mean, what would I compare it to? Maybe like a bear? Thank you, Elisa, for always patient, never waiting. I needed that. You're so welcome, dear. Patience is waiting in healthy ways. Tap to claim, Trishina. I've been feeling the extra anxiety and doubled my, I know it's a little, it's these Scorpio new moons can bring a lot of anxiety to the surface. Patience is waiting in productive ways. Tap to claim. A sleeping Taurus, it depends on the moon, their moon, I would say as well. That's true. Very good point. Words not matching their actions. Wash. The worst was the worst part for me. I know. Sending you support, Elisa. And Lana, thank you for sharing the live. I wanted to believe the word so badly. Don't let those past experiences wound your ability to trust. This is all past now. I'm glad to hear it, Elisa. I would say a bull, but played out, and I feel like there's a better animal to capture. Oh, you have a dream. Excellent. I'm a Taurus, so I would say a koala. Oh, I like that. Hi there, Walter. Hope you're having a good day. I think those environments were very much not trauma-informed, alas. Sending you support, Rainbow. Trauma-inflicting, perhaps. Good point. Grand Rising, Susie. Thank you for the help today, Bridget. Drag, not that kind of drag energy, Rainbow. I don't mean that type of drag energy. I got told to pass a message on to my ex from the other side, and let's just say he didn't want to hear it. Whew. Yeah, here's the thing, like, as I expected. Yeah, like, like I, often with those messages, it's sometimes you got to check, you got to see who's asking you to send. Like, I'm always like, go tell them. Like, we are not the X message transportation service. Okay. I feel like when I have messages like that, I'm like, you go talk to them about it. No, thank you. This look like UPS? No. Communication's fun at this time. Sending you support, Susie. Bridget, I felt my ex in my energy the past 3 days, and it's definitely creating bitterness. Move it into somewhere productive, Bridget. I know how difficult it can be. I know bitterness is the bile of our energy. Exactly, Susie. Tap to claim. When it's right, it will happen. Tap to claim, Elisa. I feel like I'm moving 2 steps forward, 10 steps back at the moment. Listen, Elisa, like Bridget, with Mercury and Taurus, it's going to feel a little bit like that, right? I told you, it's going to feel a little retrograde right now. Maya, thank you for the follow and thank you for confirmation. Thank you as well, Code. Kath, your subscription's ending soon. If you'd like to renew. Words that stay buried do not go away. I do believe it can be wise to titrate how to heal. Titrate. I don't know what that word is. Was that misspelling? Eventually, wounds do need to be healed, but not ignored. Plenty of experience with moving past hurts. One, I got to stress this. Some wounds we're not ready to navigate until we're ready to navigate them, right? It's okay to say, I'm not ready to work on that yet. You know, it's the observation of something that allows for the context of healing. I cannot emphasize enough how ineffective and ultimately trauma-inducing that is, of course. That said, trying to pace out that work to limit overwhelm makes sense. Thank you as well, Rainbow. Hi there, Carmen. Raman, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hi there, Jeremiah. And channeling, thank you for the hearts. Where did I get this microphone? I just got it online. It's a Yeti, if it helps, channeling. Making sure I'm on the list. Susie, I will confirm right now. Yes, I have you on the list, dear. You are number 5 today. I appreciate you too, Haley. Thank you for the gifts, channeling. I was thinking, I said bear. We both said bear. That's dope. Yep. Right. I was debating saying it all night, but it was from, yeah, you know, that, yeah, you know, like that's what I mean. Like, especially when you have that gift, sometimes it's best, you know, sometimes it's best to be like, especially when it's mediumship, have to say to someone like, I can't be your delivery message. Like, I can't be your delivery system. Right. Thank you. It looks really cool. It works amazing. Thank you. It is. I highly recommend it, dear. It's a good one. That said, friends, we are going to get started on personal readings. If you would like to get on the list, you will be the 7th person read for 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Well, because that's the thing, Susie, like they come towards those who they know have access, you know, and often if they're not able to go directly to them, like that's the hurdle. You know, like that's the hurdle, you know. I feel like just watch Whoopi and Ghost and you get an idea. You know what I mean? All right. First person we're reading for today. First person we're reading for today is Addison. Addison, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. First time this happened to me. Yes, you get it. Like that's the thing. Like if they can't receive the message directly, like it's you have to sometimes say what do you think that you like it's like what do you like coming from you like you know what I mean? Like I get it. Like it's like it doesn't have it's like it doesn't fix the problem. It's like uh and Paige, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I did her a favor. Yep, I get it. I get it, Susie. It's a struggle. All right. A second call for Addison. Addison, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Oh, it's up further. Apologies. I'll just back up. Hold on a minute. Oh, I see it. I see it. Never mind. I see Addison now. No UPU, no USPS. Message. Oh, it's on Discord. I got you, dear. One sec. Boop, boop. All right. So just a reminder, if you have a reading and you have some information that you would like to share with me in relation to the reading, you can post it either in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in the Discord if you are a subscriber in our allocated channels. All right. I got it. Okay, and it's outside tea. Thank you for confirming it's outside tea. All right. Yep, thank you. Hi. I hope you're doing well on this thunderous day. I am, dear. I hope you are as well. 3 cards on the energy around the new long-term project that I've just dipped my baby toe in, and 2 cards of clarification from spirit about my role in the project. Thank you. I appreciate you deeply. Same. Okay. Can I get, and all right, 3 cards, please. What do we got here? All right. I mean, I'm getting some kind of message here. It feels to me like there's something about this being a full circle moment. It feels to me like you're being able to create an energetic support system in some way, shape, or form that a past version of you desperately needed. You know, like it feels like, it almost feels angelic, because it almost feels like some kind of journey of saying, I am the solution to the problem that I experienced. You know, um, it's not easy, is what I keep on seeing, because I do feel like it's challenging in some way, shape, or form, because it's requiring you to. I keep on feeling like there's something about this that's requiring you to take the lead on something. And I just keep on seeing you shake your head. But I need to point out, like, I need to stress this. That's usually the best quality of a good leader. I need to point this out. Like, someone who doesn't want to. Like, I know it sounds somewhat paradoxical, but like someone being like, can it be anybody else? No, darn. Like, it's giving me a little bit of this, like, um, I'll do it myself kind of energy. You know, the one thing, and that's the one thing I'm identifying around something here, which is, I see you navigating some kind of anxiety point. Like, I see you, um, like, working through something, um, with another person. I don't know what this is. I see some kind of location change potentially here. Like, I don't know what this has to do with locationality, but I think that that's the thing that's interesting about it, because they keep on saying to me that whatever this is, it pushes you outside of your comfort zone. But that's why I keep on hearing, don't overpromise. Don't overpromise. Um, like, set reasonable expectations. Um, because I just keep on seeing, like, it does feel like, I keep on hearing, remember, a good delegator doesn't say that they'll do everything. A good delegator tells others what they can do versus helps them understand what they can do themselves. And I keep on hearing that you're doing something in relationality to, like, some kind of supportive network in some kind of way, shape, or form. And that's what I meant about making sure that you're navigating expectations in a way that feels like it's productive so that you don't necessarily get burned out on something is what I keep on hearing. Like don't like baby steps, like start something small. And then when you've got something like I keep on hearing and that's what I keep on hearing, like when you want to do everything, you can like remember when you're starting out and doing something, you can do everything badly or you can do really one thing really, really well. And so they're saying, remember, you can do like work on doing one thing really well. And then when you do that well, you can add to it. Don't try to like don't try to over dilute what you're doing in such a way that nothing gets done effectively, is what I keep on hearing. And that's what I keep on getting the message. Setting, like, being very specific in terms of starting small, allowing something to grow that then allows you to perfect something instead of over promising. Because I do see a huge growth potential here. But it's happening over the context of time. I keep on hearing, like, as it relates to your own role in the project. And this is what I keep on hearing. It feels to me like if there's someone here, I keep on hearing you have to say to someone, help me help you. That same thing I was talking about in relationality to someone biting off more they can chew. I feel like there is someone else connected to this project that has a little bit of a tendency of over promising. So it might require some like difficult conversations to help with what they would like versus like I keep on hearing like you're gonna be like you have to be somebody's reality check. You have to be like someone's like anchor in terms of like bringing some kind of lofty idea into productivity. And I keep on seeing helping manage someone else's dream into what's reasonable, right? And I feel like a little bit of that might be difficult because the reason I keep on hearing the reason, and it feels almost like Aquarius energy, because Aquarius energy often dwells in the realm of ideals and sometimes feels like the practical ruins ideals. But you have to kind of help someone and say like the practical doesn't ruin ideals. The practical is where everything gets done. Right? It's like the reality doesn't ruin the dream. The dream becomes a reality via working in the space of reality. So working upon what's possible in a way to help someone understand like the difference between what they want right now versus what they can have like if they build in a way. Um, Bottom of the deck. Yeah, what's up with the location? It's funny too because when I went to go look for the bottom of the deck, I couldn't find it. I was like, where did it go? Um, I feel like there's something too conceptual that needs like I almost feel like it feels like it needs some kind of headquarters is what I'm getting. I like it can't like I keep on seeing like it needs like I don't know if you guys are like looking for a tangible space or something like that, but I think that it almost says to me like I keep on hearing like you need to take some field trips, you know? Like it's giving me field trip energy, like looking around for the like a perfect place. It's like, and think about it like that. You don't have to overcommit. Think about them like field trips and maybe potentially making a schedule of field trips to help you. Like, don't just take the first thing you see is what I'm getting, like make the rounds in some way. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Addison. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. And I feel like that's what I mean. There's somebody who's like, I'll take it. Be like, no, wait. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Addison. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common that those that need these messages are here to receive them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list right now, the list is open. You will be the sixth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person on the list for today is Bridget. Bridget, you also got the highest gifter. So I just wanted to check to see if you want to hold that, if you want to do 2 readings today, if you want to have extra cards in the reading, what would work best for you? And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, a reminder to those here today, we are already at 25K. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. Hi there, Tessa. To get a reading, dear, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio, and you'll be added to the list. Also, welcome, Kiki. Thank you for joining us today as well. You can absolutely hold one, Bridget. No problem there. Hold on a minute. Just reading over the notes from Bookcase's reading. Hi, I'm in the problem. It's me. Must be difficult to keep rooting for the anti-hero. I drifted off to sleep. Hope everyone has been solved. Everything has been solved. Oh, everything we did. We solved everything. It's great, Heather. We're done. Everything. It has everything to do with locationality. Okay, thank you for confirming all the stuff I was seeing around location. The 2 clarifying cards. Oh, you mean the 2 that were clarifying? Oh, they were the 8. It was the 8 of Cups in combination with the King of Cups in its reversal. Right? Like somebody who can't let perfect stand in the way of done, or someone who gets kind of like, keep on seeing like analysis paralysis, right? Like having to move something forward. You're so welcome, dear. Yes, I can see that she's overwhelmed. It's a massive undertaking. And that's what I keep on saying. Everything is accomplishable via small steps. So I feel like a lot of it is trying to keep someone on task. Yes, we are looking for properties right now. Thank you for confirmation. You're so welcome, dear. Wishing you so much luck in that. And thank you for having that reading with me. And thank you for being a subscriber. Hi, what was today's topic? Matilda, was there a topic today? I mean, if you're talking about the vibe, like the overall vibe that we were seeing that was happening in the divine energy update was always patient, never waiting. It's like it has a lot to do with like keeping a lot of irons in the fire, like especially with Mercury in Taurus, not getting frustrated about the time something takes, just being patient with yourself as it relates to how long it takes to get somewhere. Bridget, I feel like I'm doing a lot of healing in the dream space and purging a great deal. Can I have some clarity and support around navigating this? Absolutely. Great question. All right. Can I get 4 cards for Bridget, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit. Ooh. I think that's your card. We'll take this one. We'll just put that one here. Okay. All right. Can I get 3 more cards, please? 3 more cards for Bridget. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Yeah, because they're saying to me the timing's right, you know? Like, I've got a guide around you right now that and I keep on hearing, remember that one of the signs that we're, like, moving in. I know you saw it too, right? You know, some truths we aren't ready for until we're ready for them, is what I'm getting. And I keep on seeing that there's something about, the nature of relationships or some kind of truths that are being revealed to you in the dream space that, I just keep I've got, like, a guide that says that that was a conversation that you weren't ready to have until you were ready to have it, you know? Um, and that's why I keep on hearing sometimes we can't see the truth of something until we walk away from it. Um, because they're saying to me that something about your ability, to walk away from some kind of energetic situation or multiple energetic situations I'm seeing that didn't serve you is helping you have the perspective needed in order to recognize the difference between situations that were trying like that you could have done something and I keep on hearing it's not that you've been perfect, but the song you will hear when someone's trying to change you is everything you do is wrong. The song you will hear when someone is trying to change you is everything you do is wrong. And I keep on seeing that your ability to um, recognize and identify what was in your power to change versus what another person was demanding from you. um I see that there's like it says to me it's like it's very bittersweet because I keep on hearing that there's the conversation that's happening for you in the dream space is healing from energy that was articulating in some way shape or form that says I know what's best for you, like you should listen to me because I know what's best for you, right? Versus energy that says I want what's best for you, right? The difference between someone saying do what I say and everything will be fine versus the energy that says what can I do to help you find your way. And I know how difficult that is. I can see it. Like it says to me that I see you kind of having to navigate a bit of a lonely road there right now. Um, but I also see the fact that, I need to stress this, like, and I feel like this is what the guide's saying. If you've been walking that lonely road and you're thriving on the road, right? That's a good sign that you're moving in the right direction. Um, and I keep on hearing, like, I feel like a lot of the dream space is like I feel like a lot of the messages in the dream space are both trying to say to you, they're trying to show you what was outside of your power to change as it relates to something from the past. But I also feel like there's a note of encouragement. Like I keep on sensing there's a little bit of this like hooray that's happening in the space of the dream space that keeps on reaffirming to you that you're moving in the right direction. Especially in the space of the identification of others giving you gifts in it, or the articulation of the fact that you have graduated in some way, shape, or form. These are all themes that we've seen. And so I keep on seeing that these repeating themes are celebratory, but they're also painful, because they're saying that, like, they see how painful something was and they're very proud of you, because in choosing yourself you walked away from something painful to be able to find the joy. um, Bottom of the deck, I keep on hearing a message. Remember that sometimes people are gone for seasons. And I keep on hearing the difference of understanding that, um, when we choose what's for us, we help others see what is possible. And so I keep on hearing, like, even as it relates to some of this energy that you feel, like, I see you looking at something and mourning the loss of some energetic connections. I keep on hearing a guide saying, those connections aren't necessarily gone. You are the hope. Like, you are the energetic hope, because there's something about you finding your energetic joy that is going to help shift their own perspectives as it relates to what is possible. And I mean, I keep on seeing it's always going to be difficult in those spaces. Like, it's never going to go back to the way it was. But I need to stress, it never going back to the way it was might not necessarily be a bad thing. I keep on hearing it not being the way it was is the song you hear when something is becoming a new thing, right? It's not about, it's about the fact of being able to honor that it'll never go back to the way it was. But that doesn't mean that all hope is lost in relationality to the fact that there can't be something there in terms of those connections. And I keep on hearing, like, some separations. Sometimes we have seasons of separation because that separation helps us rebuild something in a way that feels like it's nourishing for us instead of devastating. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give. I think this is for you too, Bridget. Yeah, it's also interesting because I feel like there's something about your gifts being activated on top of it. Like, the thing is, like, I keep on getting, like, if you're getting a better sense of yourself, like, I keep on hearing, like, your ability to, um, like, move in the direction of what's for you is also helping you not only with perspective, but being able to see gifts of yourself that you didn't recognize that you had before. So there's also that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who have these messages, need these messages to be here to receive them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the 5th person read for today. The next person on the list is Claire. Claire, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if also, friends, we are at 26K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Nikki, no, you're after Claire, dear. You're so welcome, Bridget. And thank you for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. Did you? Yeah, you saw it. That was wild, wasn't it? Yes, multiple. I feel like I've just had to walk away from everyone. And they're saying like you had to, right? Like it's saying to me like there's something about this of having to put some energetic distance somewhere because it's about boundary setting, you know? It's feeling to me like something went like way beyond the pale. Thank you for that gift. I gotta stress this. If you've articulated to someone and say like, look, I keep on hearing um, rules of engagement are is not a refusal to see someone. I keep on hearing rules of engagement is not a refusal to see someone. If you've articulated to someone, look, I'm willing to see you under these conditions, and they're choosing the fact they feel like that's too much, that's the problem. Like, that's like if having rules of engagement, if you're giving someone rules of engagement and they're saying, how dare you, that's not you cutting energy off, you know? And Hardy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, as is yours, Ryan. Even friends I've considered to be family. Sending you so much support on that journey, Bridget. I can understand it, but it's still, I know it's very difficult to navigate, but you're not alone. And sending you so much support on that journey. Creative, thank you for those gifts as well. I want things to move forward, not backwards. Tap to claim, Heather. Honestly believe this separation has created the possibility for a new type of connection. Sending you support on that journey, Heather. Hi, Haley. I meant to ask, does my extra card go towards my one card pull? No. So typically, whoever these are the cards for whoever we're reading for. Typically, no. So the way that works is for your one card reading, that'll be your additional card. You're so welcome, Bridget. I mean, if you'd like, wait, are you on the list? Haley, if you get on the list, then if you want the additional card in your reading, I'm happy to give it to you there. Sorry, I apologize if I misunderstood. Okay. Girl Gone, thank you so much for that gift. Just a reminder, dear, readings are for donation of 23 or more for subscribers. So if you would like a full reading, that would be 23. Anything under that is just a donation. But you are also, as a subscriber, entitled to a one card pull each day as well. I hope that clarifies. And because you've sent the additional, I'm happy to make that a 2-card pull when we do the 1-card readings for subscribers. Now, if you'd like a full reading, if you'd like to send the remainder, I'm happy to add you to the list and give you a full reading. Thank you so much, dear, and good to see you today. Spiritual Warrior Bridget, tap to claim. No, you didn't miss yours. You're not going to miss yours. I don't want to be a warrior anymore. I'm tired, Grandpa. I'm trying so hard to heal this hyper independence and soften into my feminine self more. But I feel I keep on seeing, like, I feel like that's part of you working into counterpart too, because I keep on hearing with the right counterpart, you're gonna move into your feminine because you're gonna feel safe there. We just got some new friend. You saw it, right? The Hangman and its reversal. Yep, I saw you, Haley. Okay, I don't know if I'll be able to get that today. So if Nikki would like it, since she's second. Well, Haley, are you on the list? I mean, if you want to, I'm confused. Did you send to get on the list, Haley? Lynn, thank you for the follow. All right. Second. No, I'm not. I was just the second highest gifter. Yeah. Oh, so you're saying that you're not going to be here for your 2-card reading, is what you're saying. Thank you. Thank you, Bridget. Next person I'm calling is Claire. If Claire isn't here, the next person on the list today is Nikki. Nikki, I'm also confused, but I appreciate you giving me that to me, Haley. Oh, that's really kind of you, Haley. Will the second card be, yeah, during the sub readings? Yeah, absolutely. So you'll get a second card during your sub reading. And Nikki, it's your turn now. So can you let me know if you'd like a general reading? No, it's okay. It's okay. Can you let me do like a general reading, or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right. Are we doing a dream? A dreamy dream. Okay, I'm on it. Hold on a minute. Let me get to the. And just a reminder to anyone who's getting on the list, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, you can post it. Um, you can post it in the. You can post it over in our Discord. If you are a subscriber, or if you have information that's relevant that you would like to share with me for the reading, you can always post it in the notes when you send the donation. Is this inside tea or outside tea, Nikki? Excellent, Haley. We'll see you soon. I like your clips. I just noticed them. I've been in and out of sleep today. Oh, sending you support, Fig. Always outside tea. I hope you feel better soon. I already read it, so it's outside tea for me. Okay. We can do that thing where she can say it's only inside tea. It's only outside tea for the subscribers. Then we got inside outside tea. All right. Dreamy dream. I had a dream where I was at some kind of retreat, but it felt a lot like my annual spring training work trip, where we would go down for a few weeks, stay in an empty apartment, and stock it with food and supplies. I didn't recognize the location, but it had the same vibe as spring training. My roommate was this girl I knew from middle school, and we were sharing one of the apartments, but somehow it was like I had multiple rooms, like different sections of my stuff were scattered across separate spaces. I had already packed my clothes and some of my belongings from one room, and my bags were sitting outside. I remember feeling weird about leaving them out there, but I knew I had to go back inside and clean up everything I hadn't dealt with yet. That's when I realized I'd bought so much stuff, way more than I needed. It was excessive, multiples of everything, the kind of accumulation that makes you stop and go, what was I thinking? She handed me some trash bags, and I started going through it all, trying to decide what to keep and what to toss. But eventually I gave up and thought, forget it, just trash everything because I was about to miss my flight. Then it hit me. Oh God, I had left even more of my actual stuff, like my bedspread and other essentials, in one of the other rooms. I called my friend to see if she could help, and she said maybe, if she had time. I was like, damn, guess I'm going to have to change my flight. Okay. Um, so, as we've spoken about, often when we dream about rooms, it has to do with ourselves. And I think that's interesting about this is I keep on seeing that there's something about this dream in relationality to working on the context of healing from the past. Now, and I feel like it's most beautifully articulated in the space of new relationships and baggage. Because what's interesting about this that we identified is while we recognize that usually when we're speaking towards the home, that the home that we often see in the dream space is representative of the house of the self. This was not the house of the self. This was new relationships. This was new friendships, right? This is the ability to build forth with someone new. So, um, that ability of doing so, and that conversation that we see here, the roommate was a girl I knew from middle school. So it has to do with building forward into the relationship of the past in the context of who you have become from the time that they first knew you to where you are now. And it's interesting because I feel like to a certain extent, the dream is representative about what it feels like to outgrow a relationship or outgrow a friendship. Because a lot of the stuff that we're seeing here has to do with the fact that and it's interesting too, because one of the things I want to point out has to do with the fact that we've actually seen this theme in your dreams before. We've actually seen this same theme popping up in your dreams before as it relates to kitten meat. Okay. So if you recall, you had that past dream where you talk about the fact that you were trying to prepare food for your family, but they wouldn't leave the kitchen. And every time you tried to make something good, it felt like you were looking down, you were mortified because it was becoming kitten meat. So the same thing is effectively happening here in the space of this dream, because it talks about the idea of trying to return back to a relationship of the past, but having a hard time connecting. You couldn't build an authentic connection with the person because you were spending too much time trying to deal with all the baggage you brought, everything that's happened in the intervening time. And this is sometimes why we have these moments where we feel connected to someone, but we don't feel like we can connect to them anymore because so much has changed, right? So much has changed in terms of who they knew us to be and the time intervening, that it's hard to get over the window of familiarity by which they know us, because it's almost looking at them and being like, you don't, the person that you know, that person doesn't exist anymore, right? It's like that person doesn't exist anymore. And I feel like this is being articulated in the space of you arriving, but you felt like there was training. But I will point out you had no time when you were there to train because you felt like you had over prepared. You brought too much stuff with you. So it's almost like that space of potentially having the desire to reconnect with someone from the past, but then thinking about having to catch them up. Like, like even now, like reading for it, um, it gives me a headache as well. Because it's like, how do I even go about explaining everything that's happened? How do I go about explaining all of the things that have occurred between this time and that time that have shaped me? And so they're talking about the fact of potentially feeling like you're carrying so much baggage into situations right now that sometimes it's hard because the idea of having to explain yourself to another, like you just want to go home, you want to leave before you start, which is like you saying you have to catch the flight, right? You have to catch the flight, right? You're like, I don't have time for this. By the time you unpack, it's already time to go again. Um, so, you know, I think that it's interesting because, and I think that that's where we see that the dream kind of takes a turn, because that accumulation, right? That moment of you saying, what was I thinking? This is your healing journey, right? Because often the healing journey is calibrated from the moment that we feel like we've got too much baggage, right? Like, I can't, what am I going to do with all this? And I like the fact that in the space of the dream, um, the individual starts to hand you some trash bags, and you start going through it all, and you start trying to decide what to keep and what to toss, because this is the counterpoint to the frustration of building into a relationship with someone from the past. It's like a pro and con list. Like the con, like the negative point is feeling like you have to reintroduce them to who you are now. And they feel that sense of like intimacy because they've always known you. The positive is that often the energy that knows us best can help us get back to ourselves. Like, and that's the difference, right? Like, and I think that that's the beauty of this. That is the difference between those moments that we connect back to someone in the past and we feel like we don't know them versus the having those moments that we connect with someone in the past and they help us get our head on straight again, right? It helps us kind of like get a better sense of perspective because it helps us see what we were carrying that wasn't necessary, not our baggage, right? Something that we brought that we got along on the journey versus what is fundamental, right? So it almost feels like it's a conversation with the self as it relates to potentially connecting again with energy from the past. And it's showing you the pro and con list, which is like the hard point is having to catch them up, right? Having to bring all of that stuff in. The healthy point is feeling like often when we connect with someone in the past, they help us get a better perspective in terms of like what we're working to let go of versus what we're trying to move towards, right? Decluttering the karmic space. And when it hit me, oh gosh, I haven't even left, I had even more stuff, my bedspread and other essentials. I called my friend to see if they could help, and they said maybe, right? If she had time. Darn, I guess I'm gonna have to change my flight, changing your perspective, changing your state of mind, right? Because at first you were looking at the ability to connect with someone in the past strictly as a burden. You're like, I'm not even going to do it. There's too much stuff here. It's too complicated. But then you realize and recognize that actually, no, this is profoundly helpful. They're helping me get rid of stuff. Like they're helping me get rid of stuff. They're helping me see stuff with more clarity. They're helping me recognize what is energetically essential versus what it's not. And by the end of the experience, you're saying, hey, I gotta stick. I gotta change my flight. Your priorities change, right? You couldn't get out of there fast enough. And now you realize you need to stick around because you're understanding that the work is helpful and fundamental. That after you get over the hump of introducing someone back to you, then it actually becomes the best energetic connection because they can help you see yourself. They can help you orient as it relates to where you're going. Bottom of the deck, we've got here the Six of Cups in its reversal. So this, I would be very curious when I'm seeing a reading like this. And we've also got one more card coming out that I have to pull because we had 3 cards that came out before I started the reading. Yeah, I would be very, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I keep on hearing there's some kind of energy around this in relationality to should I reach out? I would be very curious to know if you've been thinking about reconnecting with someone here. I would be very curious about the fact if something has changed or someone has been trying to connect with you. Because it seems to me that this is a conversation, an unconscious conversation that's happening with your higher self in relationality to a potential reconnection in the terrestrial plane. It might not necessarily be the individual that you referenced in the dream itself, but potentially someone that you have a long history with that like I don't know if there's like something here about like trying to reconnect with an old friend or trying to catch up with someone or feeling like you haven't seen someone in a while, but I feel like everything about this is trying to help you resolve um like some of that same fear of intimacy that you have as it relates to walking through something with energy connected to who you were a long time ago, right? The difference, and it almost feels like the counterpoint to that first dream we talked about, where in the space of having energy that was not helpful, Remember the energy that was trying to help that was not helpful? Like you're not helping in the right way versus the energy of potentially someone who is a little bit more distant from you, maybe not necessarily familial, but a friend that feels like they have that ability to recognize or know you, that helps you build more into the state of clarity in terms of recognizing and identifying what you're trying to work on versus what you're trying to heal from. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We have 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Malayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today. I'm still looking for Claire. If Claire's not here, Susie's next. Kimberly, thank you for getting on the list. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, Claire's back. Excellent. Welcome, Claire. All right, hold on. Claire, if you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question. And Girl Gone, thank you so much. I believe that if I believe you are the one who just got on the list. Absolutely, would be happy to do a reading for you, dear. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 4th person read for today. Hi there, Claire. And also, my friends, we are at 29K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. For anyone who's interested in getting on the list today, we've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Malayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, if you have information you feel is relevant for our reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a message, any information that you think is important for me to have prior to beginning our reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or if you are a subscriber, you can include it in our subscriber-only Discord channel that is available to you as a subscriber. All right. And just reading over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Oh, you sent for a dream. Excellent. Rainbow, can you just put the initial and where you sent it? Oh, I've got you on the list, Heather. Yeah, you're after Susie. Yeah, I got you, dear. Welcome, Grace. The cards, yeah, so just to confirm, Nikki, when I was about to get started on the reading, the cards fell out, and I said, these are the cards for the next person I'm reading for, and they were. All right. Embellish a little with the language. I love it, Nikki. It was very anxious dream. Constant worry about getting everything done in time. Okay. Oh, the baggage. Wait, did we already get the, yeah, the cards were like, we pulled them. They fell out before we started the reading. Not the kitten meat. Yes, it's the same issue. It's working on the intimacy wounds. Your cards just came out before your reading. I think one is missing. Yeah, I see that too. Right. And my family loved me working for my previous job. Yep. So leaving that job was extra hard because I knew my family would be upset. Thank you for confirmation. I resonate with that so heavily. Thank you, Ava. Too much stuff. Fig, yeah, it wasn't your family doing the work. A lot of dealing with it. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the live in the comments. I definitely have a headache. Exactly. I remember specifically there were multiple dish scrubber brushes. And again, it's like working through something, like letting things go, right? Like working towards a manifestation goal, but identifying what you're letting go of. Yep, too many cooks in the kitchen. That is your life. I have the 2. And I was like, which do I take? Oh, that part. My nose started itching. What was necessary to carry forward? Wow. Thank you for tapping the screen, Faye, and encouraging others to tap the screen. Yeah, that card, it was wild. 810, I put a dream on the Discord, outside tea. I have a meeting at 2, so I'll be in and out. No problem, dear. I'm going to read the list to make sure everybody who is on the list is on the list. The list I have right now is Claire, Susie, Heather, and Kimberly. If I've listed your name and you are not here, if you sent the donation and your name is not listed, please let me know and give me the initial on where you sent the donation. I think it might be the fact that I've been distancing myself from family. Well, and that's why I feel like it's a conversation of understanding the proximity, like the ability of having a karmic connection that allows for an ability to help recognize what you're working on versus what you're healing from, but maybe identifying that family is too close to do that work with because they're not with the program. Exactly. Yes, I love Bridget. I always love when you're like Uno reverse. Me too. That's so weird. Thank you as well, Simone. I also have a friend that I've been thinking about that I've distanced myself from, a past BFF. Thank you. We had a falling out. She was immature and draining, but maybe she's changed. Thank you. Hi there, Claire. They are controlling, overprotective after my dad. Oh, past bad relationship. Sending you support, Nikki. I think all the men in my family want to be my dad. Father wound. It happens. I'm sending you support, dear. Tate! Could you get your reading yoga? Could you get your reading? What? What are you writing? Tate, Tate, you made my day. You made my day. I was like, can I, with a splash, Tate's back. Can I get my reading yoga? Todd's today. Yes, day. What day? Tate, what day were you on the list, dear? Can you just let me know the date and I'll be happy to add you to the list. Soul Wisdom, thank you for the follow. I understand the aftermath of a bad relationship. I think we all have in some way, shape, or form. Exactly what Sin just said. Thank you, Fig, for thank you, Fig, for support. Hi there, Tate. Thank you for getting on the list here. You'll be read for after Kimberly. We've got 2 spots left for today. 2 spots left if anyone would like to secure a spot on the list. And Girl Gone, can you just confirm I said your name on the list if you sent the donation? Dude, the typos. It's Mercury's in Taurus, Tate. Mercury's in Taurus. It's going to feel a lot like a retrograde. The struggle. I know, I loved it. Tate and Grace, we can't type. Yes, that was funny too. Oh, hi there, Elsinore. Can you show us the tattoo on the back of my forearm? Which one? I've got so many. Which one are you talking about? That is, you got to be more specific than that, my friend. Tate was like last week. Okay. It's like, man, isn't it enough to go through betrayal and a bad relationship? Not for the energy that does it. The energy does is like never enough. Hi, Claire. What do my spirit guides want me to know in connection with A? Ooh, I like it. All right. Can I get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit for also, guys, we're at 31K likes. We get to 50K. I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping the screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. 4 cards, highest priority messages from Spirit about that connection. Make sure that you guys got the same manifestation goals, is what I'm getting here. Because I keep on hearing it should not feel like a tug of war. And if this is some kind of energy that's arguing with you over like the smallest things, it should be easy. And it's not to say, right? It's not to say that when we come into a space, like healthy relationships should not require you to have to repeat yourself. And when we come into that space where we feel like we're repeating ourselves, that can often feel like someone who's trying to move our goalposts. Your boundaries are your boundaries are your boundaries. They're not negotiable. They don't change with time. And the reason I'm seeing this is because I'm seeing cards here, like the connection between you and another person is not deniable. It's not about the force of connection that we feel. Um, it's about whether we want the same things. And like I see someone going through a rough time. But and I also need to stress this. Sometimes when like every time, there's always something. There's like there is always it's always there is always a rough time. Some energy exists in a perpetual state of feeling like they're on the ropes, right? But that ability does not, I keep on hearing, does not disqualify being able to build forth in a way where one can give some kind of point of clarity. Because the only thing I'm seeing with some of these cards right now is like if there's been like some kind of falling out between you and them, um, if you've been I see something here, like I see something here where like I see somebody working through the context of understanding that they miss you. Like I've got someone here who's like thinking about you often, but it's also saying to me that they need if you guys are having conversations about what it looks like going forward, they can't be about whose fault it is or or not building into prioritization. They need to be energetically productive. I keep on hearing healthy relationship leaves no room for hurt feelings, because when you're looking for your feelings to be hurt, you can always find something for your feelings to be hurt on. It's awful convenient. And I keep on getting two. There's nothing more dangerous than someone says, well, I did that because I was hurting. Being hurt is no condition to act out of accordance with the self. Because when we tell ourselves that when we're hurt we can do anything, then we will unconsciously look for reasons to hurt so that we can do anything. I'm going to say that again. When we articulate and say that we can do anything, like we can excuse anything when we're hurt. If being hurt becomes a reason to do anything, we will look for any reason to be hurt so that we can do anything. It's not about working, like, it's not about an apology, is not saying I was hurting. An apology is saying, I shouldn't have done that, regardless of how I felt, is what I keep on hearing. It's the recognition. It's not, it's not the defense. Like an apology is not defending something because of the state of mind that you are in. It's about addressing the problem. And so I keep on hearing, if you're having a conversation with this person, remember an apology is a plan. It comes in two parts. You need both parts for it to be an apology. You need accountability. You need accountability for what one did that they should not have done, right? The accountability of the fact that you recognize that there's something there that needs to be worked on, and a plan to articulate about what one can do going forward to avoid that from happening again. Because something about this here, like, I don't know why I'm getting here. Like, I'm picking up some kind of pattern. I'm picking up some kind of pattern here. If there's something between you and another person, and I keep on hearing the first time is a lesson, the second time is a habit. And sometimes when someone says sorry, and sorry is not an apology, because sometimes somebody says sorry and they say, sorry, you have to put up with this. Sorry, I'm like this. Right? like the sorry does not cut it, because sorry doesn't fix things, fixes things. And I'm just saying this real heavily because I can hear somebody trying to come towards you with some kind of sad song. And I keep hearing sad songs. They got bars, but they're not apology. Like, sad songs are not apologies. It's like, right, a sad song is not an apology. Sad song is the definition of I'm hurting, but it's not the song that says I know how to fix it. um yeah, death card and it's upright. Just again, I like, no, I keep on hearing no sad songs, right? You can't sing to repair something. Tools repair things. The ability to articulate what something's changed. Because I'm only saying this because I hear someone saying, I miss you, or I miss something. But remember, missing like when someone misses us, what they're really saying is, I want to go back. I want to go back. So make sure you're having conversations. If this energy is coming towards you, not songs about going back, talking about what is going to take to go forward. Because I see it even now. Like, I see someone who has a lot of like, like I see someone who wants to change, but they have to understand that. I also see the fact that this is someone who needs to learn to let go of the past. Because when we don't learn to let go of the past, we ruin the present with the past. I'm hearing that very heavily too. Make sure that there's closure and relationality to anything in this person's past. And again, and if there's something here about someone having a refusal to talk about something, healthy relationship, there's no refusal to talk about anything. Everything's on the table, right? And I keep on hearing, like, if there's been some kind of time passed, that's not a chalkboard erase moment. It's a bookmark. You pick it back up exactly where you left off. Because I feel it, like there's intensity here, but it feels like tug of war energy, especially with these cards. So make sure you have the same manifestation goals. And if you don't, and you're still feeling a lot of this pull, this could be why. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Claire. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We have 2 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Susie. Susie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And we've also got, friends, we are at 34.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Thank you so much, Crippling, for the follow. I'm going to read the list again for those who are joining us. The list that we have right now is Susie, Heather, Kimberly, and Tate. If you'd like to get on the list, we've got 2 spots left for today. If you've gotten on the list and I have not called your name, please tell me your name and the initial that you sent the donation through so I can confirm your spot on the list. Girl Gone, if I've named you on that list, then you are on the list, but you haven't given me an indication. I need you to tell me what your first, I need you to confirm what your first name is if you wanted me to confirm if you're on the list here. Hi, Susie. Absolutely. And just give me a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Claire. Hi there, Bree. Now I got to repent to my whole family. Oh, sending you support, Nikki. Yep. No, yep. Elsinore. My right forearm. This one? This is my right. That face. Yes, thank you. If you're talking about this one, this is a man or woman. It's a statue. It's a man and woman. And Fig, thank you. Sad songs say very much. I mean, they say a lot, but they're not it ain't an apology. Exactly, Kathy. Thank you as well, MX. The list is open if you'd like to get on the list. And yes, there are 2 spots left. Thank you for the help, Fig. And we're doing a general. You're so welcome, Claire. I mean, like this is a lot of strong feelings is what I'm seeing. But the strong feelings, they need to have clarity, right? And that's why I said, like, make sure someone's not confusing strong feelings with clarity. Angel Ed for Susie. Gotcha, dear. All right. And thank you for being a subscriber. Just a moment, just a reminder to anyone who's joining us, if you would like to get on the list for today, we've got 2 spots left, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Amanda, thank you for getting on the list. We've got 1 more spot available today before the list will be closed. Also, if you have information, so Jacina, I have not seen that. I did not call that name. So if you could please send me, just tell me where you sent the donation, and I'll be happy to confirm your spot on the list. And because you're a subscriber, you don't need to send 28. You already sent 10, so you can include, no, I'm not on the list. Okay, so if you wanted to get on the list for a full reading, you would just need to send another 13 via, if you head over to my profile, there's a tree with links in it there. You can find the donation places there. Okay? All right. And as I was saying, if you have information that is relevant for your reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or a past life that you would like more information on, you can include that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can include it, 1 minute, or if you are a subscriber, you can include it in our subscriber only Discord channel that is available to you as a subscriber. And I will, okay. And I'll be happy to read that to do your reading. So okay, Girl Gone, I know you're saying that you sent the donation. I need you to tell me where you sent it. So can you tell me what you sent it through so I can find it? I'm happy to read for you. I just need you to give me that information, please. Thank you. All right, we're reading for Susie now. I mentioned angels to my ex, and he responded with a name. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Can I get 4 cards for Susie, please? Highest party messages from Spirit. What's going on? Bum, bum, bum. So how do I walk? Okay, so let me walk you through what I'm seeing here. So this is why, and I'm very, we talk a lot here about the space of consent when it comes to messages. Because the thing that can often happen is, and I've seen this, like I've even seen this a lot in the space of, like this happens a lot with mediumship. And that's why even I even point I even point this out and those who do readings with me will know that when I'm doing a reading, if an energy, if like an energetic, if there's something, if there's someone trying to come through, I never start talking to that person until I have the consent, from the person I'm reading with, that they would like to talk to that person. Because the thing is, sometimes I'll be doing readings. I'll be doing a spirit-based reading, and the energy the energy from the person trying to come across will sometimes speak incomplete. I've literally had a reading where I've had to give someone. I've said one thing. I've done a whole reading for someone, and then someone came through, and everything I said, they said the opposite of that. They said the opposite of that, and I wasn't surprised. Because the thing is, you have to recognize that, especially especially the difference between reading for spirit, like reading for source versus reading mediumship, are very different. Because like one is about the self, and the other is the energetic ego of a spirit that's on the other side. And sometimes that energy, does not change a lot. So if there's like difficulty there between, like, sometimes energy on the other side would love to communicate with someone, and someone's like, I don't want to talk to that person. You're like, that's why I always say, do you want to talk? Do you want to take up that? Do you want to talk to that person? And I see even now that there's something about that energy hopping over from them going to you, which is talking. What is the first message that was coming through on that? They're not listening. They're not listening, right? Like there's a conversation in the fact that they're bringing the message to you saying, can you transmit this to them? The message behind the message is the fact that they've probably been trying to give them that message, but la 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 la, like they got earmuffs. They got earmuffs. They don't want to hear it. Okay. The ego is a powerful thing. So sometimes it can be create a very like difficult thing because energy on the other side will go to the energy that they know is receptive, and they'll be like, can you go tell them this? And sometimes, like, I feel like I'm getting a message from your guides that says it's okay to say that sounds like an issue between you and them, right? Like it's like sometimes you have to ask the question behind the question, which is, why are you coming to me? Like, why are you coming to me? Why are you coming to me instead of them? This sounds like a conversation, much like you would in regular place. Like if someone comes to you in like if someone comes to you like saying, can you go tell them this? The first thing you have to say is, why can't you go tell them? Because often the reason you'll get is they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. I know they'll talk to you about it, right? So I can already see the fact that there's a little bit of spiritual, like spirit, like some like spirit negotiating that's happening here in the energy, trying to find you and being like, can you please get them this message? So it already says that there's something about the connection that's a little fraught, and that's what I see. I see someone who's terrified of this stuff. I see someone who's terrified of it. And often when we're terrified of things, that fear creates an energetic wall. It makes it impossible for messages to come through. This is why those who, like, I work with this with my clients. This is why we work through our fear. We work to navigate through it because like I just keep on seeing like that like this, them going la 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 in the tangible. They're doing that in the spiritual too, right? It's a lot of that, like, I didn't see that. Nope, 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 nope. Right. And so, that's the thing that's happened here. And I think that's why when you try to say to them, like, I feel like you are trying to give them some kind of positive message. But when we even and this is why, like, literally, let those with ears let them hear, let those with eyes let them see. Because if you try to give someone a positive message and they don't want to hear it, there's nothing you can say that they're not going to try to read something negative into it. And so I feel like some kind of if this created some kind of, like, you know issue between you and them, then it's like it's almost it's like this is why I'm potentially seeing this here. And that's why, again, you're like, no, no, it's a positive message. And then you meant, like, they just spat out a name, like, because they're like that's not that, like, you know what I mean, like it's more of them being in the space of receiving it in a way that they're not, when we're in a space of fear, even the most positive message can take on an unhealthy, like, you can't even say, like, hi, because somebody will take, like, it'll be taken out of context in such a way that another person will read negativity into it. So that ability of identifying that ability of recognizing that, like, I feel like they're saying to me that there's something to be learned as it relates to working in the context of receiving a message, in relationality to saying, like, listen, why can't you do this yourself? Which is like, I understand that this is something that you would like me to do, but you will ways. I do it myself. Like, I'll be like, I'm afraid I can't help you there. like sometimes some things come through and you're like, like, I understand why, but I can't. Like, it's working into that space. I keep on hearing, let this be a space, and I feel like it's an angelic message that's coming through that says, recognize the difficulty in discernment that is articulated upon the receptivity of someone receiving something, even if you know it's for them, right? And so, bottom of the deck, because I just want to show you these cards. which is like, I just want to show you the condition by which you tried to send something to someone versus how they received it. You know, this is you with the Hermit in its reversal and the Nine of Cups, which is almost like someone who gave me this letter for you. Like this is for you, right? I've got some news. I've got some good news to share. You got some good news to share. It's not for me, it's for you. They would like me to share this with you. And then being like, I cannot stress to you how that is not something I want. I cannot, I push, no, no, I don't, that's not, it doesn't create. And this is why we talk about the fact that we can't force healing. Because even in the moment that we say, I've got good news to share, and someone says, I don't want the news becomes a wound. So this is like working through the context of understanding that, the ability of saying, would you like this? Like start in the space of consent before delivery is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. There's already, it feels to me the reason that the energy was coming towards to you instead of them is because there is some kind of karmic wound there. They're trying to heal something on the other side. They're trying to heal something on the other side. But that's the thing about it, right? Like often, if there's something that is energetically unhealed that crosses over, it's not like the situation changes, right? Like sometimes the energy, like the idea or the desire to fix something on the other side can sometimes articulate what the issue was in the first place, right? So for instance, if that was an energy that had boundary issues before they arrived in spirit, and now they're going to people, now they're going to others to try to get messages to someone who doesn't want to receive it. Like this is potentially the karmic situation that is continuing even in spirit in relationality to someone not having boundary issues, and then trying, what do those with boundary issues have? When someone says no thank you, they try to find an intermediary. Right? So they're saying that ability of working through, um like working through that, it like sometimes things are shown to us not because it's our duty to repair them, but to help us identify why the nature of something can't be healed, right? It's like helping you, like observing the difference between feeling the call to fix it versus being shown something to help you diagnose the problem. So I'm just seeing even now, like just kind of take that into consideration in relationality to this, because I keep on seeing there's something about that relationship that feels like it was energetically like fraught, and I'm not sure why, but it almost feels like you stepped on a hornet's nest in trying to, like, in trying to give something, communicate something to someone in a positive way that they're only seeing in a negative way. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is open. We have one more spot today. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we are reading for today is Heather. Heather, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would care to get on the list for today, as I mentioned, we have 1 spot left today before the list will be closed. I'm also just checking. Girl Gone, or I think Jacina. Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know, and I really appreciate the help, Bridget. Okay, perfect. Let me just double check that. I need to confirm someone else on the list right now. Please hold for a moment, guys, and we will confirm the spot on the list. Dream posted in the channel last night. Outside tea, multi-part. Excellent. All right, one moment, please. Where were we? All right, excellent. Yes. And I've got you, Josina. Thank you so much. And now the list is closed. But if you would like to get on the list for Sunday, you will be the first person read for. Also, we are going to, when we get to 50K, I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. We'll also be doing one card reading today once we reach a conclusion of the list. So let me just pull up in the Discord the dream that we're interpreting for Heather. All right. And I do have here that this is outside tea. One moment. Whoop. Hold on a minute. All right, there we go. Okay. All right, so there's a lot of different comments I'm seeing in the dream section, Rainbow. I'm assuming it is it is the one that we're seeing from 1:15 a.m. May 16th. Okay, excellent. All right. So this is the dream. And this was from, okay. In the first part of the dream, I got up from my chair and I saw someone walking up to the door. And it was the bestie. I have, oh, I'm sorry. Before we get started, I also want to take a minute to read over some of the comments. Apologies. Before we do so, I want to read over the comments that Susie had in hers. I got distracted. And thank you so much for the follow. Hold on a minute. Susie, I mentioned Angel. Yep, I'm okay. And Mom, thank you as well for the follow. Gray, he literally covered, okay, wait, Susie, Gray, he literally covered his ears when I was sharing the message to him. So yeah, okay, so he was doing this okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, because his mom was like, tell him, no matter if he didn't want to hear it. Yeah, it makes so much sense. Yeah. So they're saying even now that there's a little bit of like the karmic boundary issue that's happening still across the divide because the fact that she predicated and said, even if he doesn't want to hear it, may have to do a bit with her personality, is what I'm seeing. Right? I usually never tell anybody anything against their will. He doesn't believe in God or source. Yeah, you see, that's what I mean. Yeah, so I can see even now this is some kind of continued, like, this is continued beef. This is the continued beef. The continued beef. This is the continued beef between them that you are now in between. Denial is strong. It happens. It happens, commercial. So once you work through the fear, you can allow intuitive messages. It's okay. It's more about the space. Like, I see someone who it doesn't create a supportive space for them. Right? Like, I see someone, they've got a wound around this. I feel like there's something about this. It feels to me, I'm sensing someone that spirituality felt like it was forced on them. They've got a wound on it. So it's like I keep on hearing them say they tried to force it on me. Now I don't believe in anything. You know? His fear expresses as aggression and anger. Very interesting. Yep. Yeah, I'm not your mailman. I ain't delivering you my I'm not delivering you any messages. You have to, like, here's the thing. Like, I gotta stress this. This is why those who do mediumship, they often have a guide on the other side helping, because those on the those they can be pushy. They can be pushy. If they were pushy in life, they can still be pushy. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap the screen thing. That's interesting. Yeah, he did not want to hear it. Yeah. Sometimes source says to sit down and listen, but in this case, and that's the thing. Like, here's the thing. Like, again, And again, we work a lot here with like consent-based spirituality, which is often why you'll say, I will never reach out to you telling you that I have a message for you, right? It's not, and I know it's difficult. It's not to say, but it's not my responsibility to reach out to someone and say that I have a message for them if we're not operating in the space of consent. And so, like, even in that space, this is why, because this is how healing can sometimes be harmful. Because if you're trying to give someone something that is healing, but they're not ready to receive it, it can come towards them in a way that doesn't feel like it's energetically supportive, right? Yep. Sometimes, yep. Hey, listen, I get it. I just have an overwhelming desire to drive by my ex's job yesterday. And I was like, what the heck? Exactly. And again, like it's acknowledging something, but then also being like, nope, nope, wrong door. Yeah, exactly. You got it, Bridget. No, Bridget, bad Bridget, not ready. No, exactly. Beautifully said. I've got you. Trying to help on both platforms. I really appreciate that, Bridget. Thank you so much. There was a discussion afterwards, so to make sure scroll high enough. No, I definitely see that rainbow. I think I found it. And thank you again, Susie, for having that reading with me. Um, Man, I didn't know I was doing I don't I mean, here's the thing about it, like, they're saying to me, I don't see the fact that you created more harm here. They're saying that you brought light to a situation that was you know what I mean? Like, I'm not, if it's any consolation, I'm seeing here that, like, it's not that you brought harm, it's just it feels like it complicates it's like there was already some kind of complication between, it's just bringing light to a complication that's persisting across, like, across, like, across the divide, as it were. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm sure they might try to bring messages back to you too. Oh my goodness, yes, spirits are so pushy, and man, they're persistent, yes. I'm like, "No, I don't even know why this I don't even know this stranger, I'm not gonna tell them you're proud of them." Exactly. It happens, man. That's the thing. When they figure out, like, when they're like, "Oh, you can see me?" Ooh, it's a lot of that. "Come back here." All right. All right, we're doing a dream, but thank you again. Yep. No, I mean, and the here like that, listen, it's Susie, it happens to the best of us. I've already got the cards out for, I got a lot of cards out for for rainbow. So these are rainbows cards. Okay. All right. Oh, Nicole, the list is closed right now. But but I've got you first for Sunday. All right. Just a reminder, guys, the list is closed. So we've got here. Oh, Sunday. Absolutely, Nikki. It'll be Sunday at 3. I can. No, no, it's okay. I totally understand. I should put a little note up that says list is closed. That's also what I can do. All right. Okay, so we're doing a dream interpretation right now for rainbow. Um, this was from earlier. Okay. In the first part of the dream, I got up from my chair and I saw someone walking up to the door. And it was the bestie I've mentioned a bunch. I opened the door and we had a really big hug. So good to see her. Her hair was bleached blonde. She was wearing a white blouse. Um, I've been doing, I've been hoping somehow we would meet up for a very long time as we've not met in person. We had a really close friendship online, long distance, that stretched the definition of friendship at least into the platonic space. The next scene in the dream, we were at like a karaoke event in a Western bar. Walls were plywood. Bestie was dancing. And then I noticed she looked younger, similar appearance, more masculine, with more leg and arm hair. Okay. Bestie's bi, queer, witchy style, pixie cut shorter, regularly dyes her hair, straddles line with some masculine elements and a lot of femme. Okay. Next scene was at a mall or like a den. with really nice bookshelves. Maybe there were a couple of scenes like this. I was walking up there and there were a few people there. Realized they all looked like my bestie, but perhaps at different ages or sisters. She said, "Oh, this is just a thing I do," referring to how there were multiple similar people. I think there were a few scenes with seeing these variants, for lack of a better word, sometimes one at a time. There was a sort of sadness to Bestie. I do think I met her family at one point. I do know of her family. They seem kind. There was another scene on a street where some people were gathered in a driveway to find out if any of their missing loved ones had been found. Bestie and her variants were there. The street had a lot of tree coverage, so the asphalt was very sun-dappled. After I woke, I felt it was a bummer. She was so sad after we finally reconnected. Later on, it felt really positive to have a dream about reconnecting. Okay. All right, so I've already got the cards out here, and it's interesting to note that there's a lot of cards that came out. And we've got at least 6 cards here. We've got 6 cards. But I think that there's something really important that I'm seeing in relationality to um, it's clearly a karmic dream. And I'm seeing that it feels like there's something about the karmic dream to help you better understand some sort of nuance about a person, to help you heal from something from a place of empathy. And I feel like one of the things that we're identifying in this dream, like one of the things that we keep on seeing, has to do with the feeling of, I want to kind of say, it's almost giving me the energy of trying things on. And this is sometimes something that we recognize in like when we see fickleness in others, right? It's working in the context that when we are secure about our manifestation goals, when we are clear about what we want, we like we're able to say them from our chest, like they come out of, like, again, heart to throat chakra, right? Being clear has to do with being able to articulate very, very easily what it is that we want for ourselves and what it is that we want as it relates to the energetic connections around us. When we are not clear with ourselves, the lines can blur, right? And it can be very traumatizing for those who experience it. And I think that you even articulated something that was very strange that happened in the context of this relationship. You articulated it as soon as you first indicated the nature of the relationship, which is you stated the fact that it was a platonic relationship, but then you're putting a question mark there, right? It's like the platonic that felt like was drifting, like, and I have to stress this, I just got to bring this up. The minute there's a platonic with a question mark, it's no longer platonic, because platonic by definition means the clear recognition of the fact that it is just a friendship. You can't say platonic with a question mark because it's no longer, there's nothing about it that's platonic. And I feel like there's something about this, the space of the dream, that's helping you heal from a situation that had you confused as it related to what the expectations in the relationship is. Now, this is a gift that we give each other, right? The ability to draw clean lines, the ability to say to another, we are friends, we are partners, I am interested in you romantically. When we know ourselves, we say it from our chest. We don't hesitate. We work very hard in creating clear boundaries because we understand that confusion, we talk a lot about this here, trauma is caused by confusion. So they're saying immediately in the space of this dream, this energy, this relationship has already caused you a lot of trauma because you've had to spend the majority of it trying to figure out what the heck was happening instead of being able to enjoy the relationship for what it was, right? Now, I keep on seeing that there's some kind of indication here in the space, and I need to identify this in the space that you are articulating about the fact that you see this energy in the space of the dream with a lot of different variants around them. This to me is the articulation point in, again, wondering if that same blurriness, that same inability to identify what was going on, if that's something that you and them uniquely shared, or if that is the nature of their existence. And I think that there's something in the dream that feels like it's a gift from a guide because it's helping you heal something and saying, maybe what you were experiencing was not something unique. It wasn't something energetically special, but it's the fact that that is how they're like with everybody in their experience, that everyone has that confusion point in relationality to what is happening or what the expectations or what the roles are, right? And that's why they're showing the fact that, and we see this a lot with those who lack boundaries, that those who lack boundaries often feel like they're trapped in their experience because they're saying, oh, everybody's obsessed with me. Everybody like wants something from me. But what's really happening is it's not the fact that someone wants something from you. Everybody's just profoundly confused. Everybody's just profoundly confused. They're trying to figure out what's going on, but they can't do it because it's like Carmen Sandiego. It's like, where are you? What do you want? What are you doing? Right? It's like, just say what you want and everything becomes easier. But when we don't know who we are, then we can't say what we want because we don't know where we're going, and it feels like we're just energetically drifting. And then we get very stressed because everybody around us is looking for us to get directions, and they just come back with confusion. So there's something about the energy that in the dream that's helping you potentially recognize the possibility, right? The dream is almost introducing the possibility to you that confusion that you experience might not have just been the quality and nature of something that was unique, but but something that everyone receives from them. It's opening up the possibility in the dream space. And that's why I see even now that moment or that orientation point, right? When they said, oh, when you said to them, right, when you were walking up and there were a few people there and you realize they all look like your bestie, but perhaps at different ages and or sisters. And then they said, oh, this is just a thing I do. Like that conversation you were having with them karmically being like, I've always been like this. This is something that happens frequently, right? But instead, and I need to stress this, if this was happening, instead of clarifying what was going on, if they just drifted away, instead of explaining, the fact that they said, oh, this is just a thing I do, is the amplification of the point of even at potentially saying, I'm not trying to fix it. I just know it happens. This is how I roll. This is what I do. This is how I roll. I don't have any boundaries and I confuse everybody else about what's happening. And so this brings us to the final part of the dream, where you articulated or identified the fact that there were all these people gathered in a driveway to figure out if there's find out their missing loved one. The missing loved one is them, right? Because they're all searching for someone. They're all searching for someone. You're searching for someone, right? And they're nowhere to be found because it's articulating about the fact that what you're experiencing isn't potent, like the possibility that what you're experiencing from them isn't unique. It's just how they roll would create that space that how you're feeling right now, the confusion is not singular to you. Like you share space with others that have been wounded in this fashion, because it all feels to me like it's almost like that space of you all gathering in the light, the dappled light of the reality of a situation, the light of day, where you're trying to understand like what you meant to someone, right? And what they meant to you. So it's like that space of saying we're all together trying to find our loved one is trying to understand the nature of where you rest as it relates to another energies, like what you mean to them. I want to give you some bottom of the and I think that what's interesting about the dream is, and I think that has to do a little bit with the sadness. I'm sure that's what the bottom of the deck is. Yeah, there's the sadness of it. Because it says to me that there's something about the ability of observing that, like the ability of identifying, like not, and I got to point this out, those who have not healed intimacy wounds often have hard time creating boundaries because being up for anything leaves you available for nothing, right? Feeling like that need to kind of arrive to a situation. I would be very curious about this person's Gemini placements, because that ability of kind of just being different things to others, right? Sometimes is almost into that space. I see somebody going through, like you seeing what, like the sadness you're identifying is like like it's like I interestingly, and I know this is going to sound very paradoxical, but not having boundaries is a very good way to keep people away from you. I know how strange that sounds, but it's true. Having no boundaries does not mean that you have to put your force of intention towards one thing. It's a space of having a lot of eggs in many baskets, right? You can't hurt me. I'll just go somewhere else. You can't hurt me, right? This is often what happens from those who experience trauma wounds, right? It's that space of saying, I'll just keep a part of me in different places. And if I keep enough parts of me in different places, nobody fully knows me, right? So there's something about that, like that observational point of looking at something or looking at someone and saying, what must that feel like, to be available to everyone, but not to have anyone truly know you, right? Because that ability, like it's like I keep on hearing, it's like the energy that says, I'll let you get close to me until you get too close and then I'll run away. I'll pull back, right? It's all about like those with boundaries actually have boundary issues because it allows that adaptability to say, I never said that. I never said we were this. I never said we were that. You're saying that. You're jumping to conclusions. But instead, it's not that you're jumping to conclusions. It's someone giving every indication that something was moving in a direction. So if this is the type of energy where when you try to talk about it, they run away, that's usually further evidence of the fact that they have boundary issues because they don't want to give a name to anything because it's safe there. They can exist in the liminal space of unknowing that allows them not to feel like they're healing the intimacy wound. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Heather. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common that those that need these messages be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed today, but if you would like to be the second person on Tuesday, not Tuesday, if you would like to be the second person on Sunday, you can get on the list today and you will secure that spot. Anyone who gets on the list today will have additional cards in their reading on Sunday. The next person on the list for today is Kimberly. Kimberly, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. 810, I'll read the list right now. You'll never miss your reading here. You'll never miss your reading. The list we have today is Kimberly, Tate, Amanda, and Josina. And Josina, if I'm saying your name incorrectly, by all means, feel free to let me know, and I'll be happy to as well. Oh, you did. Thank you. Okay, we can wait till Sunday. Excellent. Do you want me to put you on second for Sunday? Do you want to claim the spot now? All right, one moment, please. You have nothing, no worries, Nikki. Happy Friday, Donna. It's like it's interesting too because it's like it does feel like it's almost like an emotional like it had the dream space as spell speaks almost like towards like emotional shape shifting, right? Because when someone is not articulating like what something is clearly, it can feel very confusing. Got it. Oh, okay. Well, even more like, and I think that there like even more of that work that we're potentially seeing there in relationality to the conversation about whether what they're doing is um if someone was if you're it like almost feels to me like someone who's like intentionally blurring lines or you kind of working in the space of recovering from something in some fashion, right? No, I agree. No, I totally agree. I totally agree that the energy, like we see that, like we talk a lot about we see a lot that in the journey of sacred tricksters, which can be positive forces. But there's something about this dream space that is articulating about the fact that it doesn't feel like it's positive because it's caused you pain or it's caused you an abandonment wound, you know? Oh, thank you for letting me know, girl gone. It's felt like a dynamic. Yeah, and it almost says to me like that might be like the identification of the fact that someone's trying to say like, "Get used to it. This is just how I am," right? Like it's like the dream space was trying to show you something about what you're experiencing might not be unique. It might just be like how they are. Thank you as well, Lil, for confirmation. I spent a lot of time asking questions to try to understand which, and then seemed like anxious energy, and then led to overwhelm on her end over time, I think. Well, and again, those with unhealthy boundaries, like those with boundary issues, will get overwhelmed when you start asking what something is because they don't want to articulate it because it feels too intimate. It feels too intimate to put a name on something much of the time. No, Gemini. Interesting. That's very interesting. She's got Aries rising, Aquarius sun, moon, Venus, Cap. Wow. Okay. All right, Aquarius can do yeah, Aquarius could do that too. I can see that. That's a lot of Aquarius energy. How does it work? Oh, Tristine, if you want to get on the list, all you do is send the donation and you'll be added to the list for Tuesday. Hi there, Cappy. I learned from my mother, Mushroom. All right. 1 minute. Hold on, just reading over. Dreams in Discord under dreams. Thank you for confirming 810. All right. She has Jupiter, Taurus, Cap, Mercury, Saturn, Uranus. Got it. Jupiter, Taurus. Oh, Cap, Mercury, Saturn. Got it. Yep. Oh, Pluto, Scorpio. Interest. Yeah. Pluto, Scorpio is no joke. Everything you said is spot on. Thank you for confirmation, Rainbow. All right. She will express affection and loving feelings. And then if I return those feelings, backs off. Yeah. Because the boundary issues. I would like to be on the list for the second on Sunday. All you need to do, Tristine, if you'd like to get on the list, dear, is send the donation, and I'll be happy to add you on the list. And we got to 50K. Thank you guys. All right. And can close off and go into firefighter mode. Also does that if I ask. Well, and that's the thing. Like, if that's the space of them, like, it feels a lot like there's something about the dream that's articulating the fact that's just that's how they are. But and I think the important thing is the recognition as to whether they want to heal that, or if that's something that they like. That's just what they do. You know, things have been a lot more consistent lately, and bearing caring has seemed to be maybe healing. Well, I'm glad to hear that that's the case, dear. Tuesday's on the brain. It is. I don't know why. Did I say Tuesday again? Probably. The goldfish. All right. Mercury is in Taurus. Everything's slow. All right, we're doing a dream right now. Hold on a minute. Boom, boom. Oh yeah, 50K. Okay, thank you. Speaking of the goldfish, we're gonna the list is full today and Theo, but if you'd like to be on the list for Sunday, if you like to be on the list for Sunday, you'll be the second person read for. And lovely Cappy, let me know if you want me to put you on the list for. There's a difference. So lovely Cappy, there's a difference to being on the hold list. So when you're on the hold list, I wait for you to claim the spot. If you want to get on the list for Tuesday, just tell me and I'll add you to the list. Those are different things. You're so welcome, Rainbow. Thank you for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on that journey. The list before one cards, Ruby. Well, we got 4, but it's about to become 5. Wow, Mercy! Thank you for that beautiful gift, dear. Guys, make sure they give Mercy a follow. If you say hi in the chat, I'll pin you. Absolutely beautiful reader. We had a great conversation earlier this year. You can find it over on her YouTube or over on my page, over on my Substack. So good to see you, dear. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate you. And you're just in time. We're about to get started on our 50K giveaway. Zarina, thank you for the follow too. I'm good. You're going to stay on the hold list, Cappy. Excellent. All right. And when you come in, whenever you want to be added to the list, just say the word and I'll add you to the list. Did I say Tuesday again? Oh, geez. I don't know why I'm saying Tuesday so much. All right. What's happening on Tuesday? Hi there, Mercy. So good to see you, dear. I hope you're well. All right, friends. So we're at 50K. I am going to think of a number right now you're welcome, and Theo, between 1 and 51. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person to post it. Sometimes I see things in different order than you guys post them. Nope. 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 Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, wait, stop. 810. Congratulations. You got our highest gifter, and we're about to read for you. So let me know if let me know if you want me to hold it, if you want to get on the hold list with it, or if you'd like additional reading, or if you want additional cards in this reading. Just let me know what you prefer, dear. And we are doing a dream interpretation. All right, hold on a minute. I got it here. And is this inside tea or outside tea? And congratulations, dear. Outside tea. Excellent. All right. Dream. I had a dream 2 weeks after my das passed. I'm assuming that means dad, but I'm not sure if it was a dream. I was laying on the couch and I don't know if I fell asleep or not. I sensed someone was there, and I got up, and there he was standing in the entryway, looking like he did when I was a little girl. I said, "Dad, Daddy, are you? What are you doing here?" And he hugged me and picked up my son and was holding him. And he said, "I'm so sorry. Um, I wasn't myself for a few days." I said, "Daddy, do you know everything that's going on?" And he said, "Kim, haven't you figured it out already?" And then we were in the driveway, and I'm in his truck. The truck I happened to find him in when I found him when he passed. Him and my son were sitting in the front seat. I was hanging on the window, and he said, "You need to pay attention to everything, and don't be anything less than I taught you to be." The next thing I knew, me and my son were in the driveway watching him leave down the street. And when I woke up, I could smell him on my skin. So, and I like to point out one of the things we like to do here, and we talk a lot about this, is we talk about evidence based spirituality. Okay. Um, and there are several different indicators that indicate to us that this was a visitation dream. Um, the first is the fact that you did not know if you were asleep or awake. And typically, when those who cross over come to us in the dream space, um, that ability of recognizing that the possibility that exists that we are asleep is a good indicator that it is a visitation dream, because it's already moving us into the space that we recognize that something is different. The second, very clearly, um, has to do um, with the fact that when you woke, you had a immediate reference point in the space that you said that you could smell them. So I feel like these hallmarks between the beginning of the dream, entering the dream, and not being sure, like knowing, registering as you were dreaming that there was something that felt like it could be a dream, but it wasn't. And the reminder when you woke and you could smell them, this was clearly an energy, a visitation dream. Um, and the thing with the visitation dreams is they're often visitation dreams of this nature are typically to help us know that someone persists, that someone is fine. Those who cross over often know that we worry, right? Like it has a lot to do. It's like they want to know that they've safely crossed over to the other side. So I feel like more than anything, the other indication that we see in the space that this is a visitation dream has to do with the fact that not only did they hug you, but they said, "I'm sorry, I wasn't myself for a few days." Now, time passes differently for those who've crossed over than it does here. So I would be curious to know if this is an anniversary point in terms of when they passed, or if there's some kind of relevance to it. If this is especially the first dream that you've been having with them, this could be that you would typically expect a dream like this to arrive very shortly after someone has crossed over. But the fact that they said, I think the fact that they said, "I'm sorry, I wasn't myself for a few days," is potentially apologizing for the time that it took them to arrive since they passed, because they're already in the space of apologizing and recognizing. And this is again another indication, another evidential indication point that we can see that this is a visitation dream, because not only do you recognize that you might not necessarily be entirely asleep, they're recognizing the fact that they've passed. um, So, and sometimes it does. Sometimes it takes them a little bit of time to orient themselves when they cross over. So, um, when they said, and when you said to them, "Do you know everything that's going on?" And they said, "Kim, haven't you figured it out already?" I think it's interesting because, you know, I can't tell. Um, I would be very there. I mean, there's a lot there, is what I'm hearing, and I'm hearing it hits a lot of different notes. Like I keep on like that whatever. And and this is where, when I'm doing a reading like this, I have to say that there are going to be parts of this reading that are confidential, because what they were trying to communicate on that feels like I keep on getting something about being way personal, like way personal. um and so I'm just I it's interesting too, because they're saying to me that there's something very weighted in them saying that. um them being in the driveway of the truck. um you know and I think it's also interesting, because you said that there was someone in the car with them. Now, I would also be very conscientious and curious, because again, this is another indicator, um that often another indicator that we have that this was a visitation dream is often those who have recently crossed over have someone that's helping them. They'll often arrive with a guide, because they're like, the best way I can describe it is they're getting their sea legs. So sometimes it's very they often will come with someone with them. So they're either looking towards someone right now that they're articulating that they're energetically connecting to, or someone that can see them. So I'd be very curious as to the fact that I would be talking to that energy and being like, "Have you been seeing this person around?" Because I wouldn't be surprised if this person is also potentially having dreams or connecting with this person. Um, I keep on getting that the overall, and again, the fact that you said the next thing you knew, you and your son were in the driveway watching them leave down the street. Um, I feel like it is giving me, like, all of this is to say that this was a dream that would be typically expected when someone crosses over, to just let you know that they're okay. And that's often, like, that's the biggest accomplishment point for a lot of energy when they get over to the other side. They know that we're worried about them. They know that we're wondering. And so I feel like this was just a moment for them to let you know, "Hey, I'm good. I'm here. I haven't gone anywhere. I'm not, I mean, like, again, I'm not here, but I'm safe." Because I feel like the major message that was being communicated there was trying to say to you that they're safe, and they want to let you know that you're not alone. Bottom of the deck, yeah, you know, um, I feel I would be very curious if you've had dreams like this before. Um, because I would not, I feel like you're probably, I would not be surprised if you were, if as long as you were like comfortable with them. It feels to me like I would potentially, like, it's giving me like, like, the fact that they said, "I'm sorry, it took me a minute," gives me the intention that they plan on coming back. Is what I'm getting. Is what I'm seeing. Like, the fact that they apologize for being away, instead of saying, like, "I just came to say hello," makes me feel like they have an intention of coming back. So I would definitely be paying attention when you have dreams of this nature, because it does feel to me like this feels like an open channel of communication that they've discovered between you and them. So it's beautiful. Thank you so much for, because I keep on getting like the overarching message is I'm still here. I'm still looking out for you. Like you're still my little girl. I'm still going to energetically protect you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for Sunday, you can do so, and you will be the second person on the list for Sunday. The next person we are reading for today is Tate. Tate, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And also, friends, we're at 53.7K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. Tea on the promenade. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's a big one. That's beautiful. I know. Now I'm crying into my cup of tea. I sincerely do not believe I was sleeping. I mean, I would hazard to say you probably were, but it was a visitation dream in the space of being asleep, because the visitation dreams can sometimes feel like you're not asleep. He had the same clothes on he had when I found him. Further confirmation. All my dreams are lucid like that. Wow. Amber, thank you for sharing the live. Grand Rising, Hannah. Yes, I had it 2 weeks after they passed. Okay, so that is, it was like 5 years ago. Still remember it very clearly. Yeah. So 2 weeks that is exactly kind of the period of time I would expect a dream like this to occur. Yeah, like an astral plane meeting. You got it, Bridget. Yep. A lot of unhealed, underhanded family stuff happened after he passed away. Yeah, I mean that's why I was like, I was literally like, I went to talk about it, they were like, they were like, they were like, yeah, they were like, yes, my son was in the front seat with him. They were always together. Yep. Brittany, I've seen my grandpa and uncle in my dream multiple times. It's beautiful. Yes, my son would talk to him in his room. Thank you for confirmation. Yeah. Yes, all of my dreams are lucid like this. That's wild. For example, my grandfather sat on the end of my bed the night before his funeral. I mean, as long as, again, if it's supportive to you, if it's energetically stabilizing, then that's absolutely beautiful. It's such a beautiful, powerful gift to have. And sending you so much support on that journey. Wow, that's wild. 810. All right. And thank you. And listen, thank you for sharing that with us here. Really, it's beautiful. And I deeply appreciate that. And I know I can see that it really impacted those in the collective as well. All right. Tate, highest priority, please. 4 cards. I just see something here that's happening that feels like, I keep on hearing clarity is a beautiful thing. I feel like there's, I keep on hearing, is this happening? Like, I see like there's, I feel like I just identify something that's happening here that, um, the only thing I'm hearing about this is what's going on with the fact of like some kind of anxiety about the speed by which something is occurring, is what I'm getting. There's something, I just see this here. I feel like there's something, that's happening around you right now that's helping you, like, I want to describe this. Like, it's saying to me, like, it doesn't have to be that complicated, or how easy something can be when someone wants the same things as you. But I am also seeing here, like, the thing about it is, I got something, like, it feels like there's something in your life right now that feels like it's just good. And I think that that's the thing about it. Like, it's almost saying to me, like, you're recognizing the beauty of having something that you hold with an open palm, which is, you don't need to, like, demand something from it. You just kind of allow it, to exist. You know what I mean? Like, it feels almost like a bit like you're finding your groove, if that makes sense. You know? Like, you're bringing some kind of feeling of, it's giving me, like, breeziness, and but the breeziness I'm seeing is, like, I just keep on here, and there's a guide around you that I feel like is helping you in some way, that basically says, you know, if you're clear about what you want, and you are focused on that, I almost feel like a lot of this work that I'm seeing you do is like healing from, like, the illusion of rejection, which is not, like, not taking it personally if someone doesn't want the same things as you, because I just kind of see you in a space where you're being, like, you're so good with yourself that, like, something that would have bothered you before, I just kind of see you being like, that's cool. You know what I mean? And here's the thing about it. Like, I feel like, you're clearing a lot of nonsense out of your life, because I got to stress this. If you start doing that and everyone around you starts being really confused, then you start to see the difference between energy that operates under the auspice of saying that they want something, but really just create confusion, versus energy that's actually in the space, that they know what it takes to get towards a manifestation goal. Because I just keep on seeing that, like, there's a lot of this we've been having to heal from, a lot of energy where their words didn't match their actions, is what I keep on saying. Like, this is the lesson that you've been going through, which is like, it's really, and I feel like it's always hard when you see that, because it's like, it's really easy, um, to say that you want something. It's really easy to say that you want something. It's an entirely different thing to inhabit the energy by which you can have it. And so the major message I'm getting right now is, you're inhabiting the energy of what it takes to have your manifestation goal, because you're recognizing that that's not an act of shaping. That's not an act of giving someone time. That's not an act of saying, well, maybe they'll come around. It's the act of saying, if they're not around, then if they're not already around, you're not around for it. Right? Like, you're just like, I see you being like, and that's the only, like, that's the thing I see that's happening, which is like, it's giving me like easy breezy cover girl, like, that's the vibe you're giving off, because I just see you kind of being in the space of being like, you don't have time for any energy that's going to be a drag, or is going to start picking you apart in the process. And I keep on seeing, that's not to say that you don't have things that you're working on, right? But I see that you're doing a lot of that work in, like, identifying the flaws so that they become facets. Um, but I see, like, here's the thing, like, I see you just kind of vibing out right now. I see you in some kind of space right now of like following your bliss. And, I think the most interesting thing is I see a lot of energy coming towards you, trying to fix something, you know? Like I just keep on seeing that and I gotta stress here, I gotta just tell you, I gotta tell you, I gotta warn you, Tate. The thing about this, like, the thing about this, Mercury is under Taurus. And I keep on telling everybody right now that Mercury in Taurus is going to feel a little bit like Mercury retrograde energy as it relates to the past, potentially, like coming back up or being very energetically sentimental. But I keep on hearing, like, remember that being sentimental about something doesn't mean that you want to fix it. It means that you miss what it was. Like it almost says to me like someone misses an unhealed version of you. And that's why those moments can always be wild because when someone says like I miss, like I almost see some situation of you having to say to someone, like someone being like I miss what we used to be, or I miss who you used to be, and you being like I don't. Like I see you being like I don't. Like sometimes in those moments, like those moments can sometimes offer profound clarity because it helps us understand the difference between what we're healing from versus like what we feel restored and healing from versus some like old like some kind of unhealthy belief we had in ourselves that others found more appealing is what I keep on seeing. So just be patient with yourself on this journey right now. Yeah, I keep on hearing you're exactly where you need to be right now. I feel like there's something about the manifestation. I am exactly where I need to be. Make sure you're looking around a lot right now, especially around surprising situations, because it does feel like I feel like there's some kind of like the Scorpio full moon feels like it's bringing some kind of surprise to you. But like the surprise, it's saying to me, like the surprise is recognizing like some kind of it's like recognizing some kind of serendipity or chance meeting, particularly in a space that you didn't expect to be. So, so just I keep on seeing if you're somewhere you don't, if you're somewhere that you didn't expect to be, like don't be looking at your phone. I keep on hearing, don't be looking at your phone. Look around. Start a conversation. Like, thank you so much, Tate, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for today, for Sunday, you will be third person read for on Sunday. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Megan, I see that you got on the list. You've been added on the list for Sunday. The list is closed today. Thank you for getting on the list. And the next person on the list for today is Amanda. Amanda, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And we've got 2 more readings before we move into 1 cards. And just bear with me a moment as I read over the comments. Hi there, movement. I was 9 wearing exactly what he was wearing in the coffin. That's wild, 810. It's wild. It's a gift. I just left a place from lunch called the Promenade. Ooh, synchronicity. Movement, good to see you. You're so welcome. 810. Absolutely. Thank you, commercial. Yes, I'm still single. Well, I feel complete within myself, but I would still love a partner to share it with. Sending you support, Tate. I'm encountering a lot of men with commitment wounds, No, I see it. But that's the thing. I keep on hearing like your journey right now is Like, have fun with that. Like I see you being like, I just keep on hearing like a lot of this energy, like a lot of the journey for you right now is have fun with that instead of like I feel like the old you, like the old version of you would be like, let me help you with that. I keep on hearing the journey that you're taking right now is the difference between let me help you with that versus have fun with that, which is saying to me, you're like, yeah, I'm not like it's I just keep on seeing like you're not it's not romantic anymore is what I keep on hearing. I feel like spirit's been telling you you're close to partnership. Yeah. There's a lot of there's lots of divine union, just not particularly romance. Understood. Friends within self. It's all been a blessing. I just want a good guy. But I keep on hearing if you're finding friends right now, like if they're saying to me, if you got new friendships coming in this vibration, I keep on hearing that's how you're going to find them. It's finding the right friend. Right? I keep on hearing you're finding the right friend to share it with. I know we're all thank you guys for supporting each other in the live. Yes, surprise, surprise. Thank you again, Tate. All right. Oh, we've got an interview. So we always advance the one card for an interview quickly, one card for Grace before the interview. You're not the one being interviewed. They're being interviewed. Bottom of the deck. Yep. Make sure you go in with questions, right? You're not like you're doing an interview. Okay. That's what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much. And wishing you so much luck on that journey, dear. Hi there, movement. Megan. Excellent. Thank you, dear. I'll look forward to seeing you on Sunday. Yeah, I'm not scared to say this is not it. Tate, we're going to do one cards. I was giving Grace one because she was about to pop into an interview, but we're going to start one cards as soon as we finish the readings. We've got 2 more people. Amanda is next. Amanda, second call for Amanda. Second call for Amanda. If Amanda's not here, Jacina. Jacina, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Oh, thank you guys for sending them luck. Second call right now for Jacina or Amanda. Second call right now for Jacina or Amanda. All right. If Jacina and Amanda are not present, we will get started on those one card readings. Excellent. Okay. Hold on a moment. And where's Tate's question? All right. One card on this next guy. Highest priority messages for Tate, please. This feels very promising. This feels very positive. I see a lot of shared interests and something about similar schedules is what I'm hearing. It feels synchronous. Yeah. I see, it feels like the type of energy that doesn't mind going out of their way for something important. I keep wondering it's no trouble at all. Thank you so much, Tate, for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. One card on Hayden for Ruby, please. Highest priority messages, please. I see someone who's continually trying to get their life together. Every time I read for this person, I feel like I see someone planning their life path. But like I keep on hearing too, like no, like I already got the bottom of the deck here. None of this alas energy, right? Like it's giving me like remembering like working away from alas, like energy that feels like they can't prioritize will often like try to say like alas, or they'll try to build a connection with us, like talking about what they wish they could do. But I keep on hearing, remembering, like wishing is not about waiting for circumstances to change. Wishing is about doing the work to manifest what that change is. So make sure that there's not someone who's trying to like hold on in some like sentimental way to you. If it feels like it's going to hold you back in building an authentic connection with someone else. Hi there, Jacina. Can you let me know if you'd like a general read? Oh, I see it here. All right, so I want to know if my son has abilities because he's always stuck his fingers in his ears while sleeping. And I finally asked him why. And he said it's to, oh, okay, I've got you, dear. Can I get 4 cards, please? 4 cards, highest priority messages from Spirit on what's going on with that energetic situation. All right, we've got 5 cards here. So what I'm seeing is I'm identifying, I'm getting someone here who's like hypersensitive. There is a lot of hypersensitivity here. And um, I'm also seeing that there's something about that hypersensitivity um, that, and they're saying it's a terrestrial hypersensitivity, um, which has to do um, with the fact that like just they've got very sensitive, like they've got very sensitive hearing or they've got very sensitive ears, but they're all saying that like when they're doing that, it's a grounding ritual. It's it's a grounding practice that's happening there because what's really happening in that space is it's helping them um it's actually like keeping them, I keep on hearing it's keeping them in their body because it's actually like the act of touching the self that keeps them from like feeling. I would be curious if they've got a lot of air sign placements here because I've got someone, I'm picking up on someone here who's got a lot of air sign, which often those with air sign can like um, be very like can hear frequency to a certain extent, or can, and it's like quiet can be very loud, is what I'm identifying. So I keep on getting the solution to this is um, helping ground the energy. And so ways that you can, and especially if it's bothering them, ways that you can ground the energy is potentially doing something about getting them like, I keep hearing like a sound machine in some way. Also a weighted blanket, things that help them feel more earthbound, especially when they are going to sleep. Because I keep on getting that there's also something that's happening here in relationality to some kind of anxiety about drifting away, right? Because often I keep on hearing someone, like I actually hear someone saying, like, where do I go when I drift off? So that ability, like that'll get their, like that'll get the fingers out of the ears. It'll help them feel more in their body without feeling the need to, because like you have to also understand they're making when they're putting their no when they're putting their fingers in their ears, they're actually making noise. The reason they're doing it, they're not putting in their finger in their ear to make it quiet. They're putting their finger in their ear because they're making noise to drown out sounds. So I would definitely suggest getting them a weighted blanket and a noise canceling, like a sound machine, because it's going to create that static that'll make it like, because it has to do when they have a hard time when they're in silent spaces, because when they're in silent spaces they can hear the frequencies much more loudly. So you actually want to create some noise for them that'll make it easier, because I keep on hearing them say that they're covering their ears not to drown out sound but to make noise in the ear. Bottom of the deck, um, I feel like a lot of this is just helping, is like building some pathwork of helping them feel reassured. we never want to move towards a gift that feels like it disturbs us. So if they're indicating that this is something that's bothering them, I definitely would not. I definitely would not alarm them by reaffirming that something that they're experiencing is definitely there. You might just want to kind of wait until like the time arrives that they feel that it is a comfortability point. Because sometimes if someone is trying to avoid something and we say that they need to embrace it, it can create like more trauma. I keep on hearing this is something that they'll get better, that they will get better with in time. So your own ability in allowing them to, I keep on hearing, give them the time to find their gifts. Um, because sometimes, like I keep on hearing, sometimes when we try to force a gift upon someone, they run in the opposite direction. So especially if they carry some kind of anxiety already, um, like work into the space of recognizing what makes them fun. Help them find comfort. Help them find comfort in the present and reassurance in the future. Right. So when the day comes that they start asking, you can say, I always knew, instead of them feeling like they're rushing a process of understanding themselves. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Josina. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. And it will also say, like, if this ever moves into a space that it's bothering them, it's okay to get outside support on that. The next person on the list for today, I'm still looking for Amanda. Amanda, if you're here, and also Josina, if you stick around, we will be doing 2 card readings. You'll be getting 2 cards in your reading. Thank you so much for that additional donation that you sent. I keep on there's like I'm getting a lot of this energy that feels like there's anxiety when drifting off is what I'm getting. And that's why I see even now, like especially like there's something about them navigating the anxiety of silence and picking up on things, which is why they're covering their ears. So like I said, like anything to help them feel more grounded is really going to help with that. Because what we want to do is we don't, when someone's feeling anxiety with gifts, we don't want to tell them the anxiety is a gift. We want to do something we can to comfort something and then be able to navigate it. Yes, like create the space that that they come into. Like I keep on seeing, like if they're already giving indications that something they're experiencing is bothering them, we don't want to push them in that way. We want to try to provide comfort so they can recognize that they feel safe. So work towards safety. And then once they find safety, like I keep on seeing that this could be a journey of discovery that they have as they grow, but you'll be able to recognize and identify and say, like, look, like I keep on hearing the conversation is going to come to you. You're not going to have to push it. Create the safe space. Thank you so much. All right. Next person on the list for today is Amanda, if they're here. And just a reminder, the list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on the list for Sunday, you'll be the 3rd person read for. And also, Josina, if you would like a 2-card reading right now, if you have another question you'd like me to ask, I'm happy to draw an additional card because you're, as a subscriber, you also get a free card each day. All right, Bridget, 1 card around the mermaid. Trying to what? You want? Why do you do these things? You say something wild and then you ask for 1 card. Can I have 1 card for the mermaid trying to drown me in my dream? Can I get 1 card, please? It's interesting because they're saying to me that the mermaid is representative of the status quo or the system, is what I'm getting. Like it's like the mermaid is who you're like who someone else demands that you be is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, like it's giving me siren energy. It's giving like join us. It's giving me. It's giving a lot of that type of energy. I would also be happy to read deeper into that if you'd like to actually have a reading on that at some point. Okay. All right. One card for Chrissy on how they're feeling. Whoa. Uh, ambivalent, trying to numb something, trying to drown something out, finding it hard to be motivated. You know, it feels a lot like, yeah, like somebody's like working in some space of trying to like get their like. I just like it feels it feels very heavy. You know, like I see someone navigating some kind of stagnancy and trying to find something to lift their spirits. Thank you, Chrissy. Two cards for Haley. What can I do to stay? Oh, and thank you for reminding me that you have two cards, Haley. I appreciate you. All right. Two cards for Haley. What can I do to stay grounded this weekend? Have the day that you're having, not the day that you expect. Like there's no, you're not missing out on you're not missing out on anything. Like like I mean, I keep on hearing I'm exactly where I need to be is your mantra right now. Yeah. I feel like it's like don't worry, like it feels to me like you have like a bunch of obligations this weekend. Don't overextend yourself, you know? Just be intentional in relationality to what is achievable or possible. That's what I keep getting, you know? Simone, one card for Simone. Simone, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Ava, one card on how they're feeling. They want to talk to you. I feel like they offered you something that you're not accepting. Like I keep on hearing someone be like, the offer's still on the table. But I see you being like, what offer? Like I see you being like that. Like I see someone going, the offer's still on the table, and you being like, what offer? Like I see you being like, oh, Ava, not waiting on him. Sending you so much support, Ruby. One card on communication with Andy, please. Highest priority. Your emotions are not a burden to someone that wants the same things as you. As long as you're bringing your own prescription, your emotions are not a burden. But if someone doesn't want to deal with it, they probably don't want the same things as you. Like make sure that you're avoiding someone like, yeah, again, relationships are not no string. I think no string is crazy. Never have we been more foolish than to say no strings. Like relationships are strings. Like that's the whole thing. Like someone like trying to say like someone being like, I told you I wasn't like told you what? Like it's not like it feels like a lot of this energy like trying to like build some kind of disassociate. You can't disassociate and have a relationship. You just can't do it. It's impossible, you know? Ugh, Ruby, that's not good. No inconsistent. Remember, something good but inconsistent is worried that is the worst. It's worse than something that's just bad all the time. Also, Jacina, we've got a suggestion here that says a weighted blanket and earplugs help me ground in bed as well. I hope that helps too, dear. Thank you for that. I have the same problem. It was hard for me to fall asleep as a child due to my fiery energy. Fan's hip too. Yeah, I get it. No, it's like that space between dreaming and waking can be, it can be a little wild, you know? And I'm just seeing here, like, especially, I would be curious about the other astro placements because I was getting a lot of like channeling, high channel energy. I can't do silence. Help. Silence is the loudest noise. Yep. For some of us. What's silence? Thank you, Claudia, for the follow. Gosh, it's so wonderful. She's asking those questions. I know, I agree. I wish I had a parent that was so aware. Same. A movement. I should be back. I should be on Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern. I've already scheduled. It's already on my you can register directly for the event. You're so welcome, Ruby. You're so welcome, Ava. Hold on a minute. No, Simone, I think that you became a follower. Subscriber is different. You just hit that subscribe button, dear. Hold on a minute. Grand Rising, Sarai. And thank you for subscribing, Movement. You're welcome, Chrissy. Hold on a minute. I've lost my spot. There we go. Or else. Wait, Melly, what did you say? I missed the or else. Yep. One card, please, on friendships for V. Whoa, 3 cards. Who are these people? Wow. Listen, like, it's not your job to fix things. You know, you can't act as mediator. Everybody's got together, get everybody together. Like, no talking through is what I keep on hearing. Yeah. You are not the messenger. That sounds like something you should talk to them about, is what I keep on hearing. It sounds, don't. I don't remember anything else but just that. Okay. One card, spirit led for Melly. Go for it. This is idea energy. I keep on hearing, like, have a little fun with something. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, you never know unless you ask kind of energy. I feel like it's like arm raising. It's like offering something to someone. Remember, a no now might just be a not yet. Like, plant those seeds. Hannah, one card on career, please. Go for it. Whatever this is, take, like, very much. It's a lot of that. Like, I feel like you're not giving yourself enough credit as it relates to your credentials. Make sure you bring your credentials to something, is what I keep hearing. You know? Thank you. And Movement, thank you for subscribing. Rainbow, any insights on what might be in the root of my kiddos' discomfort around staying at home or home? Loneliness? I see someone that's like, that wants to be like, I keep on hearing, like, I want to be where the people are. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. I just see something here about some kind of desire to be out and about, you know, like, doesn't want to be, like, it feels like a little bit of, like, not wanting to be cooped up or wanting to go places. It feels like a little bit of wanderlust. You're so welcome, Bridget. I will tap into my mermaid self this weekend. I love that. Yes, exactly where I'm meant to be. Resonates for me as well. Thank you. One card for Movement on how to proceed. George. Listen, if you're asking questions and you're getting back confusing answers, the confusion's a closure. Confusion is the closure point. Yeah, the only, like, especially as it relates to plans, don't, like, again, someone makes plans with you ahead of time or not at all. You're not someone's last minute. And if you say to someone, like, look, I'm not available, like, you make plans ahead or not at all and they disappear, that's all you need to say. Thank you. I love that. Last weekend, the weekend next are super busy trying to maintain patience. Continue to do so, Haley. You're so welcome, Ava. There absolutely are strings. Don't doubt it. Thank you. Exactly. Thank you, Miss Nikki. Simone, nothing I'm seeing is showing you as a subscriber. I see you as someone, you're following me, but subscriptions are different. So many strings. Thank you. You're welcome, Amber. You're so welcome, Ruby. Gia, one card, message from Spirit, please. But I mean, I feel like there's something about community here. I feel like there's something about offering assistance to something. Don't get frustrated, get focused. Like move that frustration somewhere that's going to be, yeah. Remember, this was the message coming through in the Daily Collective. All patience, no waiting, which means even if you're waiting for something, you're not just waiting for it. You're being productive as you do so. Continue to move in accordance towards a manifestation, not just waiting for it to arrive. All right. And River, thank you for subscribing, dear. Good to see you today. Arigato. You're welcome, dear. Thank you for helping them find the sub. Hi, Willa. Hi, River. Join the mermaid or else. Yeah, exactly. Have a beautiful day, Haley. Creativity. One card on love, please, for Sista. Again, it's about observation, right? Like I just keep on seeing. Let someone talk first. Don't tell someone what you desire. Say, what's your ideal situation? Is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, getting away from some bobblehead energy, being like, I want that too. Don't offer, like ask, right? Like I see people saying, ask the question instead of like, I keep on seeing like avoiding the bobblehead in terms of saying like, tell me, don't assume someone says that they want relationship, that they want the same type of relationship. You're like, what's your ideal relationship look like? Walk me through it. Movement, one card on love, specifically my current off and on. Make sure that that's not the state. Like I keep on seeing that is like the condition of it. Make sure that something is not becoming like the status quo, especially if there's a lot of that on and off, because they're saying even now, like, you can't bring stability to a situation. Like I keep on saying, make sure you guys have the same manifestation goals. Yeah, a relationship is not based on whim. It's not based on when the mood inclines. It's identifying and recognizing like prioritization. So make sure you guys are prioritizing the same things. You're so welcome, Hannah. You're so welcome, Movement. I know, I like that Ace of Pentacle girl. Yes, mermaids are in the chat. Kiddo is Sagittarius moon. Oh yeah, that makes so much sense. Yeah, Sag moons are like, ugh. Sag moons are often like, I cannot wait to grow up. I cannot wait to get out of here. Every Sag moon is like, am I big yet? Yeah. It tends to do an adventure more with mommy. I got it. Thank you for the help, Movement. I appreciate you. River, card about career. I'm looking for, ooh, excellent. Look further afield. Maybe even internationally is what I see. I keep on hearing something about regions. Like something about further, like, yeah, like I'm also seeing like potentially telling someone I'm going to be in your area or I'd like to take a trip to meet you is what I keep on hearing. Offering services. It almost says again, you can't look for the work, you have to offer it. So make sure that you're showing something, like almost creating something where someone can see everything that you have to offer is what I'm getting. One card on love, please, for Carrie. Your standards are not too much for someone that wants the same things as you. But someone who doesn't is going to say that you're asking for too much. That is the song you will hear. Yeah. Don't lower your standards. Your standards are not negotiable for someone. And I keep just seeing someone who's for you. They're going to say that's all. Alice, these are one card readings for subscribers. Thank you for the follow, Moon. She absolutely wants to grow up. Please enjoy your childhood. Yeah, no, you can't. Sag moons are like, they can't wait. Sag moons are like, can I grow faster? You're so welcome, River. You're so welcome, Carrie. My friends, you can find that information tier over on the tree that has Binks in it in my bio, but the list is closed today. So if you get on the list today, you'll be the third person read for on Sunday. Friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Um, if you missed the Daily Collective, it'll be up on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my Spot and over on my Substack. We will be off tomorrow, but be back on Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a little bell there. Activating that bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event because sometimes this app doesn't like to push those notifications. If you just became a subscriber today, welcome. Thank you for becoming a subscriber. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel, introduce yourself to the collective. You will also find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to our Tarot Church class subscription program on Substack. Our next class will be held on June 11th. We will be studying the Temperance card. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you for all of your help today and every day. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again on Sunday. Have a great day, everyone.